were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many. Were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many.
Welcome to the Weeksville Heritage Center. My name is Alphonse. I'm a
People were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many. Black people were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many. Black people were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many.
Welcome to the Weeksville Heritage Center. My name is Alphonse.
Black people were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many.
Welcome to the Weeksville Heritage Center. My name is Alphonse.
Black people were always just trying to find places where they could just live. There were free black communities all over the place, and Weeksville was one of many.
Welcome to the Weeksville Heritage Center. My name is Alphonse.
Black people were always just trying to find places where they could just live. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rob Fields. I am the president and executive director here at Weeksville. Happy Sunday to everybody. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We're all still finding out the limits of Zoom. I assure you that it was the ambition of our program team to be able to give you a kind of multimedia experience. We'll figure out the Zoom as we go along. But I wanted to just say a few words to welcome you here. And what, I always like to tell people about Weeksville is that Weeksville Heritage Center, the work we do here is about keeping the history of what was one of the largest free Black communities alive and relevant and resonant for audiences like you every day. We believe in the power of history, and we believe in the power of history to not only root us, but also to give us wings. So, we believe that knowing your history is inspiration for the future. And as we all know from the past several months and the huge shifts that are happening in the culture and the push for, freedom and justice and liberation, we need that inspiration. And so that's what you're going to get today. A lot of the work we do at Weeksville is about democratizing, history and the tools thereof. We do a lot of training to help people, take power into their own hands, to record their own stories, to be the keepers of their own family history. When you're able to come back on site, and I certainly hope that's soon, you'll be able to go through the historic houses and actually touch things. This is really about, making sure the public can interact with this incredible history we have here in the heart of Crown Heights. And it's also about, to a large extent, about demystifying the artistic process. And that's a lot about what you're going to see and experience today. Today's program is a great example of that democratization. You're going to get, artist talks, and you're going to actually get a peek behind the scene of a process of a project that is going to unfold with Weeksville and Betty's daughter and Ebony Noel Golden over the next 2 years. And so you guys are going to see how that collaboration is working. So often when we talk about Black artists, it is this conversation about, they were just talented or they were just so inspired. And it often papers over the hard work and the research and just the time and effort and dedication that gets put into developing something that can be resonant and can stand the test of time. And I believe that's what we're building here. So, I want to make sure you sort of understand this as we are in this moment of change in our society, and hopefully our country does not take any steps back, that as we are pushing for justice and as we are pushing for equality, we also need to be able to recharge and rejuvenate. And that's part of what this afternoon is about. It's about that inspiration. It's about celebrating us. It's about giving you guys some examples of joy and creativity that can help power you as you go forward to help support this movement in whatever ways you can. Before I turn things over to Ebony and Zenzele and the rest of the program team, I do want to thank some key partners. I want to thank Black Spatial Relics. I want to thank Creative Capital. Certainly want to thank Ebony's company, Betty's Daughter Art Collaborative. And I especially want to thank the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, New York City Council, and particularly their support of the Coalition of Theaters of Color program. Anybody from City Council on this, watching this, please support that initiative as we are closing out the New Year's budgets, please. This program is made possible by that and your support. So thank you, everyone. Please do enjoy. Please check out what's going on weeksvillesociety.org. You can follow us on social media, and please stay tuned for more updates. But this is a great program that we have in store for you, and I thank you for spending your Sunday with us. So I'm going to turn things over to Zinsley and Ebony, and we'll get started with the program. Thanks very much.
Oral history, since most of Black history is not recorded in primary sources. We've developed a method whereby we are interviewing our senior citizens in an attempt to extract the memories of the past.
See, you can't. See, you don't. Little flame, little flame, dream of fire. Plan master greats there in beyond northeast entire, the one on plans with NYCs of size. The now is Weeksville. Table the set, corners the cleared, silverware the polished, floors the mopped, so they cleaned. Never felt so easy. My vision reaches as far as I allow myself to see. I don't fully understand. Was scared not because I feared pain or believed that I would be hurt, but that my work, our work, had been undone. Longer, no people and inhabit can we places our pools as visited be to not our oceans and water.
Spinning in time.
This world is cold and the sun don't come out too much and no one is happy and everyone is free. Cada uno es libre y digretable y amable y respetable y educado y agradable y limpio.
Sing we a new
was
song.
earth, felt only,
and
solamente
they were trying to
sentía,
make a way of their own, an ordinary life, what we call today,
corazón,
pulling yourself up by your
manos,
bootstraps.
mente.
You know, my father drove a
with
coach along the Hunterfly Road, Now they call it
happening,
Hunter Fry
Go this way.
Place.
always happening.
Then down.
My father was alive
the way.
today. He'd
Raw
be about
scrubbed, outblocked,
120
what
some
was
years old.
unheard was
And
what
when he
you
came from
see.
Ohio, he was a coachman,
I,
and he wore
over many
Where
times
boots looked like patent leather
after
boots
come
and
have
fancy
those
pants
of
and a long
and
frock tail
community,
coat
my
and a
ancestors,
high hat
my
and,
see,
and big long
I,
whip. And
I,
the carriage that he drove, just like say that a roadster, you would say that was the doctor's
It was
car.
more or less a discrimination against the lower class, and the lower class Irish took their frustrations out on the easiest people to take their frustrations out on. The whites, in order to avoid the draft, had to pay $250 or $300, and they could avoid the draft. But being poor white, they didn't have that money, so they started a riot, and they directed it against the Negroes, the persons that were supposed to have been the cause for the war. And during the draft riots, they destroyed a lot of institutions. The Black Orphan Asylum in New York City was totally destroyed. They just wreaked havoc throughout the city. Most of the Holocaust was done in New York City, where a lot of blacks were killed, were lynched, or mobbed, or beaten, and which caused a lot of the blacks to flee to Brooklyn, and they sought refuge in Weeksville.
Go this way.
There were no riots
Then that.
in Weeksville per se, because the men, which was reported by the Christian reporter of that time, July 13th, that the men of Weeksville defended themselves with arms, picks, shovels, whatever have you, to protect their community against the rioters.
Can anybody hear me?
I'd fix anything what was wrong and get it started.
Put a hole big enough to put your fist
You
in.
young fellow with a
All you need was an undertaker. You wouldn't need no doctor.
Hello.
25 years, it only took you 15 minutes.
The idea of Project
During Weeksville, people were living under a lot of pain. There was a lot of conflict going on, so that they had to take care of themselves, help each other, and build this kind of beautiful unity that we're talking about so much today, that we want across the country and all of our communities. A unity, or umoja, as it's called in Swahili, which makes even our children able to make the kinds of things and to think the kinds of thoughts about themselves, which make them stay and survive and get us strength.
Because of Project Weeksville's unique approach, Black history and culture have come alive again in the Bedford-Stuyvesant community of Brooklyn. In the coming months, the project will continue to unearth and study the real history of Weeksville, develop curriculum to be used in the schools, and eventually they hope to establish a black museum to house the artifacts they have discovered. All a part of digging for black pride.
Oral history, since most of black history is not recorded in primary sources, we've developed a method whereby we are interviewing our senior citizens in an attempt to extract the memories of the past,
Revolutionary greetings, everyone. How are y'all doing out there? I'm Zenzele Cooper, and I'm the program manager here at Weeksville Heritage Center. I just want to thank you all for your patience with us as we traverse this new landscape. Revolutionary greetings, everyone. How are y'all doing out there? I'm Zenzele Cooper, and I'm the program manager here at Weeksville Heritage Center. I just want to thank you all for your patience with us as we traverse. Yes, okay, so I'm back. I just want to thank you all once again for your patience. I am really excited to welcome you all to Weeksville by way of San Diego, where I am currently, but I am welcoming you all to the sacred grounds of the Weeksville Heritage Center, which is located in central Brooklyn. And so today I'm here to introduce our artist in residence. I won't take long because I know we're behind schedule. But I just wanted to start by just reading out Ebony Noel Golden's bio. For those of you who are new to Ebony within the Weeksville community, I just wanted to share her bio with you. Just a few words about the 2-year partnership that we are embarking on with Betty's Daughter Arts Collaborative, and then we'll get right into the program and go to Ebony. So Ebony Noel Golden is an artist, a scholar, and a cultural strategist from Houston, Texas, and she is currently based in Harlem. She devises site-specific ceremonies, live art installations, creative collaborations, and art experiments that explore and radically imagine viable strategies of collective Black liberation. In 2020, Ebony launched Jupiter Performance Studio, which serves as a hub for the study of diasporic Black performance traditions. JPS, as it's called, is integral to the development of a 5-part theatrical ceremony that will be developed and produced over the next 3 years with partners in Harlem, Brooklyn, Durham, and Asheville, Massachusetts. In 2009, Ebony founded Betty's Daughter Arts Collaborative, a culture consultancy and arts accelerator that devises systems, strategies, solutions for and with education, arts, culture, and community groups globally. Golden's current projects include Jubilee 11213, which she is going to be sharing some works in progress with us all today, who she's partnering with Weeksville Heritage Center. Ebony is generously supported by Creative Capital, the Coalitions of Theater of Color, a grant that was given to us by the City Council, and Black Spatial Relics. Freedom Conjure Black, which we're all participating in today, and in the name of Commissioned by Apollo Theater, and generously supported by Double Edge Theater, Toshi Reagan, Network of Ensemble Theaters, and High Arts. I met Ebony in 2018 when she came to Weeksville Heritage Center and brought a piece of her 125th and Freedom processional, which she developed with the National Black Theater. After seeing this amazing work, excuse me, I went up to Ebony. Ebony had the room packed. Ebony had our campus packed. The people came out. I saw this amazing processional, which took over the grounds of the Sacred Weeksville Heritage Center. And then after the processional, she of course had a talk back with the community, where the community was able to get involved with what had just taken place. And I saw the event and I went up to Ebony right after and I introduced myself and I said, hey, I'm Zenzele Cooper, the program manager. I'm an artist and a director, and I'm looking for a mentor. I love your work. I just ran up to her and said, I want to study with you. I want to understand the way that you are taking our archive, how you are centering Black liberation, how you are helping us to really embody this legacy of Black freedom. I want to study with you. And Ebony said very graciously to me, gave me a big hug, smile, and basically said, sis, I want to let you know that I take this very seriously. I have a lot of people who consider me a big sister and who I mentor. So just be ready. If you want to study with me, you got to be serious about it. And I said, I'm serious. And from that day forward in 2018, Ebony and I have been building. She's welcomed me into her rehearsal studios and really, like I said, has been a mentor in sharing her strategies, her practices, and how she creates work. These amazing processionals, which really center liberation. So I'm just really geeked. I'm so excited to be able to work with her for the next 2 years as she develops Jubilee 11213, which will be a site-specific processional, which will take up public spaces in Brooklyn, New York, traveling through the borough of Brooklyn, traveling us to Weeksville Heritage Center. It'll be a long-range cultural organizing project where Ebony's going to get our community involved. And so it's going to be the first thing that's really ever been done on this scope and this scale. And we're just so honored that Ebony has brought this project to Weeksville. And so without further ado, I would like to introduce you all to Weeksville's artist in residence, Miss Ebony Noel Golden.
All right. Thank you, Zenzile. Thank you. I want to invite everyone to take a breath with me. I always like to start whenever I can with breath. And so we are inhaling liberation and we are exhaling liberation. Make sure your body is feeling comfortable and you're feeling full of yourself. And let's inhale and exhale. I am the daughter of Dr. Betty Ann Sims, the granddaughter of Bertha Lee Adams Sims, the great-granddaughter of Pearl Glover, the great-great-granddaughter of Lavinia Brown, the great-great-great-granddaughter of Mary Brown. I am grateful for my lineage. My name is Ebony Noel Golden. It is a pleasure to be with you all today. Right now, I am situated on the traditional lands of the Lenni Lenape people, Manhattan, which means the land of many hills. I have been told that this part of Manhattan was a major trading area, very prosperous, and you could find many nations here before the first peoples of this land were forced out. I make my home in the village of Harlem. I'm from Houston, Texas, and Durham, North Carolina is my spiritual home. I am unapologetically Southern and Black. No matter where I go, I am the granddaughter of sharecroppers, and I am stretching into a praxis of freedom they prepared me to live. Right now, I am wearing a black dress, a gold head wrap, a multicolored bangles and earrings, a yellow necklace. My pronouns are she, her, hers. Today's offering has been created in deep collaboration with the folks I have invited. My journey to this moment would not be possible without my elders, mentors, family, and peers who have invested time and energy in my growth and development. May their work be honored by this offering. I lift up the names of my mother, Dr. Betty Ann Sims, along with Dr. Angel Rashida Ahmad, Nia Wilson, Dr. Alexis Pauline Gums, Dr. Barbara Ann Tier. I lift up the name of June Jordan, whose work is central to my understanding of what it means to internally and externally build architectures of Black expansion and Black liberation. I lift up the name of Lori Carlos, whose archive of practice is deeply rooted in my soul and my own practice right now. I lift up the legacy of Ntozake Shange, whose literary journey and literary conjure continues to teach me a poem can be a world, can be medicine, can be a gun, can be breath, can be a roadmap to building narrative, intellectual, spiritual, and political freedom. I call in Tafara Waller Muhammad, Nina Angela Mercer, Zoe Flowers, and Maya Hunter. I call in Sharon Bridgeforth, Daniel Alexander Jones, and Stacy Klein. I am immensely grateful to my collaborators who are creatively co-doulaing my current work based in London, Harlem, Brooklyn, Ghana, Minneapolis, Texas, Arizona, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Louisiana, North Carolina, and beyond. In this time when it makes sense to be centering self and family, safety and pleasure, survival and thrival, my community is generous and kind. So now that y'all know where I'm coming from and who I'm coming from and how I got here today, how I got to be in this virtual salon with you beautiful people. Welcome y'all to Free Conjure Black, a communal meditation, spirit source intervention, virtual ring shout, calling forth a perpetual and inevitable through line of prismatic Black freedom that centers the founding and rich legacy of Weeksville, New York, and current movements for Black sovereignty in the United States. Again, I am Ebony, the creator and curator of today's salon. Free Conjure Black is a component of a 2-year cultural organizing and community theatrical ceremony called Project Jubilee 11213. Today's salon and the larger project would not be possible without the generous support of Weeksville Heritage Center, Creative Capital, the Coalition of Theaters of Color, and Black Spatial Relics. I would be remiss if I did not mention artist, archivist, curator, and dear friend, Joyce Leanne Joseph, who brought me to Weeksville 2 years ago and initiated what is growing into a beautifully rigorous collaboration. Thank you, sis. This event represents the first public event of our extended partnership. Back in February, before all of this came together, I facilitated a reparations story circle and strategy session in the tradition of Baba John O'Neill and the Free Southern Theater, also known as Junebug Productions. As a culture worker who supports movement building through public ritual and theatrical ceremony, it's always been important to understand what is on the hearts and minds of the people. What do the people want, need, desire, and deserve? What are the narratives and stories circulating in conversations in the places we inhabit and that are present in our bodies? I don't make art without attuning to the polyrhythms of my communities of accountability. That means I typically work on a slow simmer, often doing things that are not traditional to what some people call rehearsal. What I would like to center now is creative ceremony. Project Jubilee 11213 is one such ceremony enlivened by the real and true events that sparked the founding of Weeksville. The ceremony, at its core, is about remembering and repairing. Over the course of the next 2 years, we will activate Weeksville Archive, dive deep into an investigation of how free Black intentional communities are constructed. We will practice what it means to be in a free Black intentional community and build a durational theatrical ceremony that will take place at the center and surrounding neighborhood. This summer, I began exploring Weeksville's digital archive with the crew of artists who are all invested in the movement for Black liberation, reparations, and creative experimentation. Guided by our own work to learn more about the trajectory of Black liberation and our own lineages, we began meeting virtually to lean into a process of understanding our connection intimately, our intimate connections to Weeksville, which was established in 1838. What ensued was a virtual ceremony in active call and response with this sacred space. We quickly learned that we didn't have to be together or be at Weeksville to be connected to each other or this space. We learned quickly that we are not on the road to building a historical retelling of this intentional community's founding. We knew we didn't want to stage a reenactment, but instead we wanted to stage a critical intervention, a remixing of our radical Black legacy. I began to meditate on a deep feeling that Weeksville was not just a place, but instead a practice. Regardless of the buildings are important, but regardless of the buildings, because Weeksville existed in the past, it can exist now. In practice, we can practice Weeksville now. We can live a Weeksville practice now and into the future. While inspired by the audacity of the people's legacy and the rich archive that exists, I understand my work here as portal activation. In this sense, what I'm most intrigued by is Weeksville's practice and growing an understanding of solidarity, repair, reparations, and thriving, and how we can do that now and into the future. So today, I have curated a digital liberation salon to help us think about a Weeksville practice. Free, Conjure, Black is a communal meditation for us all to think about what we want to do, how we want to be involved in our own liberation. Today, you will hear from artists, scholars, media makers, land stewards, and culture workers who are deeply invested in the embodiment of a Weeksville practice. Everyone is bringing responses to the questions that have guided my research, our research, and the development and devising of the overall project. You are here, in essence, my community of teachers who have asked me to listen deeply, elevate the unseen, get comfortable with the discomfort of learning about my own people's borderlands, what Dr. Andrea Roberts refers to as the spaces on the border of Louisiana and Texas where Black folks marooned during and after slavery. In essence, today is an open studio that serves as a way to show you what entices me and piques my interest after a few months of collaboration. We have quite a ways to go, and we have covered so much ground in our development process already. Here are some of the questions and the musings that will be threaded throughout today's salon and the project overall. How can we listen to the land? How can we listen to the water? How can we listen to the fire? What do the unheard voices have to say? How do we practice Weeksville and live intentionally as free Black people? In what ways can Black liberation continue to be beyond the preconceived notions and beliefs about time and space? What should the project help to amplify? And how will the project advance the movement for reparations and justice for Black people? This afternoon, you will hear some important propositions, and I, for one, am prepared with a notebook and a pen to listen, write, and learn. I encourage you to do so. Before we welcome Ariel Julia Brown, who will be our first guest, I want to share what is in store for today. First, we just witnessed one of 3 visual ceremonies conjured by Victor Lee Givens, currently in Crockett, Texas, who is a media artist in residence with the project. After I speak with Ariel, we will witness Victor's second piece. Following Victor's piece, I will be in conversation with Angela Davis Johnson, our other powerful media artist in residence this summer. We will see visual work she created during our research and development process. We will then move to Victor's final piece. After that, we will be joined by Aya Shabu, who is an artist working very closely with the Hayti Heritage Center in Durham, North Carolina. Then, Zenzele and Victor will have a short duet about his work and the process of working in support of Jubilee 11213. We will have a cipher with storytellers who have written works that will be central to one of the scenes in the theatrical ceremony component of this project. The scene is tentatively named Notes on the Fire. I will give a short response and introduce our final roundtable that will feature Dr. Roberts, Michelle Lanier, and Dr. Rome. So yes, y'all, it is a full afternoon. I want to invite you to take notes, engage the chat stream, drop links and information about your own borderlands and your own freedom colonies and your own liberation legacies, and stay connected. The journey is just beginning. At this point, I know that there's some technical back-end work that's happening to get Ariel into the conversation with me. So I want to give folks an opportunity to do that.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mm.
Everyone, please welcome Ariel Julia Brown into the cipher, into the salon. Ariel is a creative producer, cultural strategist, and performance maker and dramaturg. She's the founder of the Love Balm Project. She's also the founder and director of Black Spatial Relics, who has so generously provided rapid response research and development funds for our work this summer. Thank you, Ariel. So I want to give you some space to talk about your work and what you're up to these days.
Indeed. Thank you. It's so beautiful to be here. You look incredible. What delight. Yes. Yes. Indeed. My name is Ariel Julia Brown. I am a presenter. I am an artist. I am a space maker of many sorts. I come from a number of places, and in this moment, I will anchor my living in being from Hayward, California, just outside of Oakland, and Conley, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. I am currently based in Philadelphia, and I'm the founder and director of Black Spatial Relics. And yeah, so I'll speak primarily to Black Spatial Relics. It's a residency program that funds and supports and offers a multitude of resource around performance, Black performance, that is about slavery, justice, and freedom. And I'll just kind of anchor the name of the work as I believe that it centers our values, leading with Black, because we are always leading with Black folks and Blackness. And the spatial, thinking about supporting artists and doing the work of taking up space across land and geography, taking space for their making, for their work, across time and in time. And then really taking up space for respite, taking up space to belong, to be home, to let your hair down, and in the places that they're at. So that's what we think about when we're thinking about space and beyond. And then relics, this funky word relics. I think about it as it enters the English language in the 13th century, and how it calls to a relic as a body, a member of a body, an object or an inheritance of a holy people. And we are nothing, our bodies are nothing but the inheritance of a holy people. Our embodied practices are nothing but the inheritances of a holy people. And so lifting that in the past, lifting us as the inheritances of our folks, and our bodies and our spirits and our contribution on each side of the veil for the future of the relics. Black Spatial Relics is as much about offering resources as it is about demanding resources across the transhistorical continuum and the work of transhistorical solidarity across different Black folks. It's also about calling for people to get up off of land, get up off of money, get up off of resource, so that Black folks and Black artists might be able to do their work with the ease that is due to them, especially right now, that has always been due to them. We started this work in 2016 at Brown University at the Center for the Study of Slavery and Justice. And I'm so thankful for that, rooting that moment of initiation. I'm thankful for the CSSJ and for Rights and Reason Theater and their belief in this work. We started supporting the work of Che Ware and James Joyceling. It was presented in Providence, Rhode Island. Last year, we continued and supported the work of Muti Reed and Julie B. Johnson. And this year, we are continuing to expand and offer micro grants for community care and collective research alongside our residency program. Last year, we led a convening here in Philadelphia that really engaged performance, artist talks, workshops, and think tanks about mutual aid and really deep ritual performance building across the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ariel. And so I am interested in having you say a few words. I know you came to one of our virtual rehearsals. And what you witnessed and how you feel like, you know, the coins and the support you provided through your organization are helping to connect that diasporic work to the legacy of Weeksville.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. You know, I think what I was so moved by in being able to sit with the work briefly that day was the way that that touch and travel was so present in the work, that pilgrimage, that even as people are in their respective homes and spaces, there's a deep proximity and intimacy in the work that you are building that is radical and so necessary for our freedom, that deep touch, in spite of the fact that we can't touch each other in the same ways that we want to. And I think that journeying toward being close to each other, that journeying toward proximity is precisely what I hear and am so deeply moved by in hearing about the histories of Weeksville. And so I'm so thankful that we had some space to be able to offer just a little bit of something, as you say, putting 5 on freedom to that work.
We all need it, you know, we all need it. And it's important to lift up, you know, the folks who are doing the work, because the resources that and the work that you've done and that Black Spatial Relics, you know, does is a part of that continuum of practice, you know. And so which I am very excited to know more about when the time permits. We do have time for you to ask me a question. So for the folks who are tuning in, another part of this is I've asked my collaborators to give me homework, things to think about and things to respond to stay grounded and to stay rooted in being authentically making the work with the people. And so I invited Ariel to, I don't know what the question is, but invited Ariel to ask me a question, and then I'll try to answer it, or we'll make a note to answer it as the process unfolds.
Indeed. I actually had 3, so let me sit up here and let me sit up here and pick which one I'm dying to hear about.
Well, if you want to say all your questions and then tell me which one you want me to speak to, because I do want them all.
Indeed. Yeah, I think that I'm going to blend 2 of these questions. I think to the point of, to this question around pilgrimage, like I want to know more about how you understand travel in the longer gestation of the work, how you understand sacred travel in the gestation of the work, and what has been in your process the work of portal building to facilitate travel right here and right now, pilgrimage right here and right now. And I want to hear about touch in that. I want to hear about visitation in that on all sides of the veil. Those are my questions.
Well, I will respond now and will continue to respond in the work.
Yes.
So this concept of sacred travel to me is in alignment with what I'm feeling right now maybe it's this moment, but I do think it's actually outside of this moment of an internal spiritual journey. Sacred, if you said travel, I would think something, but you said sacred travel.
Indeed.
And so I think that prompt invites me to go inside and to see what needs to move, what needs to move. And believe me, I have been thinking a lot about that. And I've been, and in the latter processes that we were having, I kept asking folks who were in the virtual room, what did it actually take for James Weeks to leave Virginia and make his way to Brooklyn? Like that type of external movement is rooted for me in an internal decision making, a lot of things having to come together. And so sacred travel means you can leave means you can journey no matter where you can go physically. And ideally may not be the right word, that the internal travel is the compass, the internal sacred travel is a compass that determines how you move externally.
Yes.
Yeah. And so I'm gonna pause us there. The conversation around portal building, I think, is a larger conversation that we have time to really dive into now. But it's definitely something I mentioned it in my talk before you came on, that I really feel like my major role right now, before getting into like, we're gonna have a show or we're gonna do an event, that my major role is right now is to really consider what it means to activate portals and to, build the space, a container, a room where people can have their own sacred travel, if you will, to use your language, and their own journey, and that journey be one that is, that isn't about being in a show or being a part of a thing, but that journey is connecting some critical threads to where that person may come from, their lineage, and where they need to go, So I'm more excited and enticed by a room that allows everyone's portal to open and expand. We know that there are some threads that need, some I's and J's that need to be dotted and some T's that need to be crossed, But in the midst of making work for outside consumption, for our communities to, encounter and engage, it is my work, I think, to be a part of opening the portal so people can do their own work in addition to the work that they sign up to do alongside me.
Yes.
Yeah. So tell us, what's next? Where can we find out more about your work, Black Spatial Relics, and anything else?
Indeed. You can learn more about Black Spatial Relics at blackspatialrelics.org. In the coming weeks, we are currently in a process to determine our 2020 artists in residence. So in the coming weeks, you'll hear more about that. So you can follow us on Instagram at Black Spatial Relics. You can follow us on Facebook on Black Spatial Relics. And you can learn more about my personal practice at my website, arieljuliabrown.com.
Thank you. Before you go, I want to just check in with the back end team to see if there's any questions from our audience or anything that anyone wants us to explore more. So folks, if you're watching, if you're logging in, we would love to get a question from you or a comment from you. We have a few more minutes in this block of the day. So are there any questions, Dragonfly, who's working on the back end? Anything else that you want me to speak to, tech team in the back? This is a very transparent liberation salon, y'all.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, looks like we're good to go. All right, let's make sure that Black Spatial Relics information gets tweeted out. We are live tweeting and also gets dropped into the chat. And we are going to say goodbye to Ariel, and we will be preparing to move to our next piece. So Ariel, if you could just stand by, I think you're still live, and we will see what to do next in a moment. Okay. All right. So we are prepping to go to our next piece, our next media piece, which is also by Victor Lee Givens. So Victor Lee Givens, I'm just going to share a little bit of information about Victor, who we will hear from later in our time today. But Victor is a dear friend of mine, and I am so excited to be finally collaborating with Victor. And I'm going to read from Victor's bio while folks are getting the next video ready to go. There is magic, reverence, and mystery in the spheres, objects, and writings of Victor Lee Givens, a multimodal performance artist who practice centers around the gathering and arrangement of ancestral objects to recontextualize the seemingly mundane into the spectacularly sacred. Though the form is different, Givens' work is a continuation and adaptation of the methods used by storytellers like Hurston and Morrison, who find truth in their bodies and use the whispers of archaeological sites to piece together Afro-Atlantic pasts. By connecting the material culture of his ancestors with pre-colonial and postmodern spiritual technologies, Givens works to fabricate spaces that inspire the activation of cultural and spiritual rememory. You can learn more about Victor's work at southernandroid.com. And now we will go to the next piece by Victor Lee Givens. Thank you.
You know, freedom it's a complex and seductive thing. It's like a fancy-ass house on the top of a hill. You unlook it from a distance, and you decide to take it upon yourself to climb that hill, and you climb, and you walk, and you climb, and you walk, and you climb, and you walk, exhausted, tired, hungry, with thirst. You knock on freedom's door, and you knock, and you knock, and you knock, and knock again, only to find that no one's there to answer the door. You peer through the window. Oh, freedom has many polished windows with soft, sheer satin curtains. And there's furniture inside, comfortable plush furniture. And there's a kitchen, and on the counter of the kitchen is food. And next to the food is a pitcher of water, the very water that will quench your thirst, the very food that will nourish your hunger. But you cannot enter, for there is no one there to let you in. And as you turn away, almost saturated in defeat, you trip over a rock. There's a rock there, a rock large enough, a rock hard enough, a rock strong enough to break the window. What will you do with the rock, with your hunger, with your thirst, with the window that peers into the comfort of freedom? Will you break the window? Will you invade? Will you intrude? Will you trespass into being free?
Are you really seen as an eater? Are you being paid as an eater? Are you being food? Are you being to accuse the white man?
It's funny how time encapsulates, but it doesn't hold in the same way that it showcases what time it was. I remember what time it was when I ran. It was 1:52 p.m. and I grabbed what I could carry. I grabbed a white dress, the one with the blue flowers. I grabbed my toothbrush, 2 of my journals, 1 of my favorite books, the money that I had in the safe. I gathered a couple of food items, and I took what I could carry, and I ran. I had a one-way ticket that I had been saving, and I knew that I couldn't stay any longer. I had to run, see, because if I had stayed, then that would have meant my demise, and I knew it wasn't time. You know, they tell you that you'll never know the hour, but for me it was 1:52 p.m. I decided to run because I couldn't walk anymore in the circle that I was walking in. I couldn't walk anymore. I couldn't turn left or right or move forward or backward anymore in the same place. I had to go. I had to. And it didn't matter who I left behind. And it isn't because I didn't love, but because I loved too much that I knew I had to run. I knew I had to run and keep running because that's what I was told. And I do as I'm told. I've always done as I was told since I was a little girl. I've always done as I was told. I was told to run, so I ran.
What is freedom without music? What is freedom without the gaze? What is freedom without sound? What is freedom without? Is freedom only from within? Does freedom need validation? Is freedom relegated for a few? Is freedom one for all? Is freedom a proclamation, a declaration, constitution, a set of rights, a set of beliefs, a religious system? Is freedom a system at all? Is freedom spatial? Is freedom small? Is freedom colorless? Does it have a taste? Does freedom have a smell? Does freedom have a zone, a zip code? Is freedom a currency? Is freedom divided amongst the crowd? Is freedom kept safe, silent, hidden? Is freedom a structure that an architect can build? Does it have a blueprint? Does it have a plan? Is freedom sound? Can you hear it? Is it relegated to the senses? Or not at all? Is freedom at all? Is freedom at all?
What is freedom? What is freedom's favorite color? What does freedom eat? Does freedom eat? The reality of freedom takes what shape? The color of freedom is its lover. The lovers of freedom are. And what kind of love does freedom make to its many and plenty and plenty and many and many and plenty of lovers? The name of freedom's children are. How many children does freedom have? Is freedom fertile enough to have child? Is freedom patient? Is freedom free? Does freedom hunger? Does freedom bleed? If freedom were to lose its eyes, what would it see? How could it hear? Is there a sound, a seeping sound that gives freedom its shape and sound? Can free, dumb, rain. Is there such thing as freely?
Who is the colonizer?
How much does freedom weigh?
Now we call it.
Should freedom go on diet? Can freedom lose weight? Can freedom weigh? Freedom's enemy is who? How does freedom fight its freedom? Can freedom forget? Can freedom recall?
It shall happen again.
Will freedom ever reign? Has the ringing rain rung? Freedom.
Already happened before.
Freedom. Free.
On my ground. If what happened,
what is freedom's religion?
Did what has happened
can freedom
already
pray?
Happen before? The face of the colony.
Has freedom heard the cries, the prayers from we
who came
freedom?
Them.
Freedom.
Came
Freedom.
For
Freedom.
But
freedom. 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 Thereafter. Freedom.
I am a man.
Freedom.
What has happened already happened.
Freedom.
It shall happen again.
Freedom.
I cannot contain myself, and this past does not hold me.
Freedom.
This future is
the condition. Free.
Thank you. And thank you to anyone who is joining us, who is just joining us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to Free Conjure Black. We're going to be joined momentarily with by Angela Davis Johnson, who is one of two visual artists who've been in residency with the project over the past couple of months. And I just want to say a little bit about Angela while they're getting her into our time, into our live stream here. So Angela is a dreamer and a storyteller. She creates paintings, collaborative public art installations, and ritual performances to examine the technologies of Black people, in particular Black women in films. Davis Johnson explores language, sound, and incorporates body movement alongside her vibrant narrative paintings. Her work, we're actually going to see some of her work that she created for Jubilee today. Her works are portraits created with paint, scrap paper, found objects, hollering, humming, light, and fabric. Davis Johnson is a member of Alternate Roots and was selected into their cohort of Joan Mitchell Visual Arts Scholars in 2015. She is co-creator of Hollerin' Space, an ongoing interactive installation that was held in North Carolina, Detroit, and at the Mississippi Museum of Art. Davis Johnson's performances have taken place in a variety of locations. I want to bring in Angela now. Angela, are you with us? Hello, Angela. Oh my goodness. Hey. How are you?
I'm so good, Ebony. I'm so good. You look so resplendent. Come on.
Oh, thank you. So do you. So do you. Out of rehearsal clothes. Out of rehearsal
clothes. I was coming looking bummy, but I was present.
Yeah, it's so good to see you. So I want to get right into it. Really, I've just read an excerpt of your bio. AngelaDavisJohnson.com is where you can find more information. Now, Angela, I don't want to get overwhelmed because I love your work. I'm a fan. I would love for you to just tell people a little bit about your work and, that's not in your bio. Like, what is really, I don't know, top of mind, on the heart, on the spirit, on the skin right now in relationship to your practice?
My practice is rooted in ancestral veneration. It's about lifting up. Actually, I'm gonna rephrase that. It's about mapping my life in collective power and looking back at my ancestors while I'm in conversation with you, looking back at your ancestors and how we map and how we navigate where we are now, to dream up a future, to understand our past, and to be grounded in the present. So my work, I come from magical people. I come from migrants. I come from domestic workers. I come from healers, root workers. I come from some people and their presence. They've left us a map. And my work is that. It's a symbol of the work that I'm processing and that they have given me. And so that's my work.
Thank you for saying that. And thank you for presencing the word map, because it is definitely my encounter with your work that you are across time, space, dimensions, that you're in the bottom of the ocean and the outer cosmos at the same time. And we're going to get a chance to see a bit of that in a little bit. But I'm interested in you talking more about your work as a map, your work as a mapping. How does that look? What does that look like in your space of creation?
Can you say more? Yeah, so to me, what I was caught up on when I first created or started creating was about healing myself. It was about processing life because I was encountering things that I needed to process. And I realized I was a visual processor. And as I grew into the work, it expanded and I realized I was in conversation with multiple folks, that multiple worlds were happening. And then what I'm learning even more so now is that it is a mapping, that each symbol helps me and us and we get to another space, an interior space, a more grounded space. So the healing is actually a travel. My work, my family, like I said, my work is really rooted in my family. The practice of migration and movement has always been a source of medicine. Like not being, for instance, my grandmother, great-grandmother, her land was stolen and taken from her. And then my family's, she and her children were put out onto the road. And what she did was she used that as an opportunity to move. And she traveled constantly. And so when I think about that mapping that she was creating and infusing that into my work, I think of like the quilts that people used to use in the Underground Railroad. And it was a symbol of saying, hey, this place is safe. Hey, this place you need to tighten up your clothing. I think of the work as like visual maps that people can look at, move through, and apply their own energy and their own stories to. And something outside of our dreams too, like using it as a prompt to investigate our dreams. That is another form of mapping.
Now I'm interested to know, and you mentioned this when we were in process, I'm really interested to know what are you doing, and even maybe some things I should consider as dreams are a wellspring of information and opportunity, and I have a vivid dream life as well. What should be some things, like what do you do with your dreams? What do you literally do with your dreams? How do they then translate? You know, I'm asking about process, but I'm also asking about, you know, the power of the subconscious to be a muse or a guiding force, or, you know, a guiding light in the creation of work.
Right.
Yeah.
So for me, I literally, the dreams that I can remember, I know that that's messages. I know that that is something that needs to be transcribed. And so sometimes I'll take those dreams and I will allow the symbols to speak in a way that it sparks a new way of existing, a new way existing for myself. And the power of it is when I bring a dream, and I know it's not only my own, and I'm sharing it with you, it becomes our dream. And then that helps breaks us out of this illusion of the day-to-day. I think the dreams have like a portal or a doorway to break us out of. We see what's happening. We see like the things are taking place. So I'm the type of person, it's really, I use like stories to help tell my stories. And so I kept, well, let me first say this. Karima Dillard taught me that the spaces in your brain where storytelling is activated, it's the same space that dreams are activated. So that part of your brain is activated. And so for me, storytelling and dreaming are one. And I was telling you the story of how I was pulled over by the police, and how I had our children were 7 and 5 at the time. And because I had been in storytelling of the cane breaks that people hid in when the Elaine massacre happened in 1919, because I had been in those stories of Ida B. Wells had collected and all the stories of the people, I was in a dream state when these police officers came and they pulled me over and they had their hands on their guns with my children in the back. And so what came to me, this is me applying a dream to life. I braided my hair and I imagined cane breaks coming from it. So it was like that storytelling and that dreaming was applicable to life. Well, from that moment, I created a series of works on cane breaks. I wanted people to see the cane breaks, to see the children navigating and traveling on a horse with their brave selves through this cane break. I wanted the women in the work to be one with the cane break. So that's how storytelling, dreaming, applying it to life, then applying it to art, and then allowing it to speak more in life.
Thank you, Angela. So I want to start to pull up your images for the folks working behind the scenes. We're ready to go to Angela's digital archive, digital installation here. And I want Angela, if you could, to just talk us through your process of working with Jubilee and getting, sitting in the virtual room with us, and how do we get to these stunning images that we have here?
So I have to say, Ebony, when you called me, I didn't know what you wanted. I didn't know what it was supposed to be, because, I I am a visual artist. My practice has been in painting and performance. So I didn't know what was expected of me, but when I entered into the ensemble space, the rehearsal, I knew that I was like, okay, I have to go with the feeling. And so how do we talk about Jubilee, how we talk about liberation in Weeksville by centering Blackness rather than in response to whiteness. And so I knew to go with these deep colors. And I also, in this image, I just wanted to have the golds and the adornment and the vibration of life. And so I started there, and I started note-taking and thinking about the earth and land and plants. And so that's what's with this piece, and that we're in it together. These words, they are translated through me, but these are the words that were held during the practice. And so in the next slide, you see Weeksville, and I think of Weeksville as one of those hot spots in the earth. I've been in them. I've been in them in Arkansas and Phillips County. I've been in them in Mississippi. And when I was learning about Weeksville, it reminded me of that. And so I wanted to saturate the earth in heat and fire because it's a hot spot, a space of liberation and freedom. And so in this piece, I wanted to really amplify that, and also the duality and the depth of it. So I doubled up the images of the home to really to amplify that. And so in the next image, I was really still in the process of like, who's in the room? This is note taking. And there's going to be a moment when the work you'll start to see, it starts to shift from observing the room into being in collaboration with it. And this is still observing. And I just was so in awe with everyone from Paris and Victor and Grayson and Florinda in the earlier process and Duvem. And it's just, it was such a, it felt like spirit. For me, colors are really about the presence of spirit and in them being a doorway. So in the next slide, I was still considering the process, going slow to go fast. That helped me get settled in the work. I was like, okay, I can be here with Ebony. I can be here with these brilliant folks because we're going slow and we're asking questions. And that was, I wanted to show that as well as like a map of that. And so in the next slide, you start to see really my swag, my comfortability was starting to get there. I was like, oh, okay. So the heat is, I'm within the heat, we're in the heat. And these are images, fragments of photographs from Weeksville. And then the thought of hiding in plain sight is something that my work I'm really interested in particular because of the work of my hometown in Elaine, Arkansas and Phillips County, and hiding in plain sight in the cane breaks. And I felt that resonating with this. And so in the next slide, talking across time, there was this brilliant moment that occurred in the ensemble. And it was really about past, present, and future. And how do we talk to one another? What are the scathing things we're saying about one another? And so what are the lines that connect them? And it's a talk across time. And I also wanted to show the multiplicity, but the singularity at once. And so that's with the figures. Next slide. And so this conversation of what is the mystery of the night? What are the things that happened? What are the things that could be revealed in the dark? It's almost like a floating world in Weeksville, and wanting to amplify that and to saturate that in the depth of blues. A lot of my work, I think about blue holes and the depths of the water. And I felt that was coming out in the practices of night burials in that conversation. And so the next slide. This talk across time really became like, it became like scattered and disorderly in the ways that rituals are. And I wanted to somehow encapsulate the ritual of talking across time, the way that Victor would take me, he would take me there. And I was like, how can I create that visually? And so these are symbols, and I won't say it because I'm forgetting it right now, but Adinkra symbols on top of Frederick Douglass, what does the 4th of July mean to the Negro? And then also the language and the work from the ensemble and lines crossing. Next slide. Next slide. And so I wanted to also like amplify what the process was looking like. And something that was really grounding for me was that there are 3 ensembles or three characters, three ensemble. I'm gonna stick with that. The elders who are the future, and like mixing both the past and the present and the future, and the ability to do so in this roll call. We're calling on our grandmama and them. We calling on ourselves in the future. And so next slide, I wanted to amplify and illuminate the youth and the faces, and also the young ones. This is all past, present, future talk. And some of the things, yeah, just wanting to really center the faces, center the bodies. And the next slide is past, present, but then everyone is there. And what is everyone? I think of even foliage and plants and trees. And so some of the faces are covered with ferns and yeah, and it's stars. It's star talk. It's a constellation across time and space and the docents. Next slide. And so this is early process, but I wanted to capture it and create some type of map as things were being discussed, where the all present, the young ones and the elders move into Weeksville, and the communal meals and the migration mobile and leading to a prayer house. These are all early on, but it's felt necessary to capture that moment. Next slide. And so this is where I really felt like I had a dream. And I came back from like processing everything we were talking about and the rehearsals. And for me, the migration mobile really resonated because of my DNA, the work of my great-grandmother moving from space to space, and thinking about how long have we been in that process beyond the disruptions of racism, beyond the disruptions? Have we always been in that cycle of movement? And if so, this year is the embodiment of it. And thinking about Weeksville being one of the spaces that it traveled. And so this migration mobile is wheels upon wheels upon wheels with fireweed, which is a plant local to Weeksville. And also this woman standing in the center with a machete. It's a portal. Next slide. I also, in the process, there is this talk of food ways, the ways that we've been taking care, and also the space of having like a revival tent. And that really inspired me. It inspired me because I feel like I'm tapping into the thing beyond freedom when I'm in the kitchen cooking for myself and for my children. And so I wanted to create a piece that was like an abstract version of a revival space and into the constellations. The next slide. And then Dreaming Freedom School. It's there, right? We always talk about education. What is the real education? And does it stop when you're 18? Does it stop when you're 25? Is it only there within the confines of a room? I think not. And so, and we've been in that. We've been educating ourselves. And so I want to create a floating schoolhouse, Weeksville schoolhouse, that is tied to the hands and to the minds of the youth, and also to ourselves. And so this piece, as Victor, I keep mentioning Victor because he's such a muse for me right now, but as above, so below, you know, just I wanted to create a piece with that. Next slide. And so as we enter deeply into the space of the the ensemble, into the rehearsal, into Weeksville, we realized that there was a huge conversation with fire that was happening. That hot spot was like sparking into a flame. And for me, creating works of multiplicity, multiple bodies, but as one, it's like a symbol of where we are. It's a symbol of community and building with community. And so fire is tongue, fire is freedom, anchored with the roadhouse of Weeksville. And I wanted to begin that conversation with fire visually. Next slide. And so there was a moment that we did a litany, and this notion of fire being something that can dismantle, and also be a space of medicine, of freedom, of letting loose, of slang, of vernacular. That whole litany, I just wanted to feel it. I wanted to see it, and I wanted it to be a reminder so I can transport myself into this notion of freedom. So fire is freedom, dripped in gold. And so that's what this piece is. Next slide. So what was really beautiful about the process, I am a visual artist. I'm a painter. I understand life through symbols in that way, but I also love using my voice, using my presence, and using my song. And so to be among these fantastic like creators, writers, performers, and to be able to add my like ashe to it, and to be able to create some poems and to be able to be a part of that process, I wanted to like transpose that into a visual, so it can like spark that conversation. I was just reading, and I think the book is called The Healing Wisdom of Africa. And it was talking about the symbol as the doorway to ritual. And so I really felt that with this piece. This piece really is like, it's a pathway, a doorway. And this is the church that was burned twice, and the stories that came from it. And to me, it was warrior talk. And so that's what this piece is. Fire is freedom. And then the last image is this, the embodiment of freedom, if you will, the embodiment of liberation in the shoulders of this woman, in her hand, in her fierceness, in the covering of her smile, the constellation in her hair. And it is a collage of maps of Weeksville layered. And I feel like Weeksville is in Brazil, Weeksville is in Arkansas, Weeksville is 100 years ago, 100 years from now. And she is, and she will always be present. And so in this work, it is a spark. It is a doorway. It is liberation.
Angela, you know, I just want to take a moment to tell people, first, I'm on the verge of tears. And as a person who works mostly in words and in movement, I am so grateful to have had this time with visual art, with visual artists who are in the room to translate into media, into collage, into multimedia, paintings. I don't even know what to, call it other than medicine. And I am absolutely, I feel like you have said, all right, dear one, if you didn't know what this world looked like before, and I didn't, right? As I shared early in my artist talk earlier, that, we are not doing a reenactment play, right? We are inspired and sparked to think deeply about liberation and what it can look like on sacred land. So Weeksville becomes that portal, and it's been said multiple times. And so what you have given by being, what you've invested, what you have created is so, has helped to clarify so much what the heat of this work is. And And I hope you'll be watching a little bit later or watching the live stream later, because what we're sharing in terms of the work in progress sharing is all about that heat. Yeah. That's where we are. And the woman walking down the porch in Victor's work, and the woman who, I think it's the same woman in your, yes. I mean, she she's just with us. She's with us, you know? And so I want to thank you. But before I'm just prepping the tech team on the back end to, that we'll be going to our next talk in a minute. But before we get there, I'm really interested to hear, what are you curious about? What are you interested in doing? What's next for you? How do we stay involved if we want to see more work?
Okay, beautiful. So first of all, I'm going to be here the whole time. Like, I just want, you don't have to prep me, because I'm going to be here. But if you want to see more of my work, you can, but what I'm curious about right now is migration. How do we remain local while migrating? That's something that's ever present with me. And so I'm investigating that through my work. You can see it on my website. You can go to my Patreon. It's Angela Davis Johnson, and I have things on there. But also in my co-creative work, the Hollering Space with Muti Reed. And so that work is also being amplified now. These questions of rootedness, these questions of migration, and presence and ritual and spirit. Oh, indeed. And my Instagram is Angela D. Johnson. I lost the Davis in there.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you, Angela. And I will be talking to you soon. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping to really ground and also give wings to what we are building. I appreciate you immensely.
Thank you, Ebony. Appreciate you always.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh. So I'll give it back to the tech team to queue up our final video from Victor, Victor's final piece. What you're seeing in these 3 pieces are, Victor's going to talk about after I speak with Aya Shabu, Aya Shabu coming from Durham. So you're going to get to hear him talk about his work and his work within the context of the Jubilee Project. But before we get to my conversation with Aya and Zinzile's conversation with Victor, let's go ahead and take a look at the third piece in this trilogy of media pieces by Victor Lee Givens. Yes, thank you.
The time has come for all my brothers and sisters to be free. We work for the man, and now we work for our land. Place your feet on that hot spot, isn't that nice? Now let the flame move, just like that. First you let it simmer, then bring to a boil. Fertile is the soil on this abundant land. Don't that sound good? Use it. That fire that sits in your heart, through these ashes, spread the seed. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it blow. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, Come on, you ready now? Then that way, over there, all the way down, all this stuff. Where are the windows? What time is it? Hello? Can anybody hear me? Hambone, where you been? Round the world and back again. Hambone, have you heard? Somebody said fire, and the earth began to shake. The soil turned orange and then red and deep red. He had to move quickly to get home so he wouldn't burn out his feet. Somebody said fire. Beans sprouted. The trees were full and baby. Somebody said fire. Rain fell. Stars to the earth, causing the sky to twinkle in purples and blues. Somebody said fire. The war
All right, folks. We are waiting for our next participant to get into the room. Now is a good time to get a drink of water or a snack if you want one. Okay, we are at a holding for our next guest to come into the room. All right, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's go ahead and bring in Aya Shabu. I'm going to start by reading Aya's bio and making sure that Aya is here on camera and on video. Thank you, Aya, for being here. Aya Shabu is the creator of Will So Stop Tours, a walking tour company preserving the cultural memory of African-American neighborhoods through the performing arts. Shabu has choreographed for original documentary theater, including The Parchment Hour, for the 50th anniversary reunion of the Freedom Riders in Jackson, Mississippi, and Orange Light, a play about the 1991 Hamlet, North Carolina chicken plant fire. An alum of the African American Dance Ensemble, Shabu has performed with Ronald K. Brown and Sweet Honey in the Rock, and currently dances and drums with The Magic of African Rhythm. You can find out more about Aya's work at heytie.org/programming/tours. Hello, Aya.
Hey, beautiful.
Hi, you are so beautiful. How are you?
I am in the company of amazing artists,
yes.
Beautiful creators, conjurers. This is actually a dream for me. This is the dream to be in a conversation with people who speak my language and giving me new language. You know, I feel like I'm in a time where there is now language for ideas and practices that I've been doing for the past 30 years, but I didn't have that language. And it's just amazing to hear and to see.
So do tell, what has been your work? I mean, I know a little bit about it, but there's so much I don't know. For the folks who will be watching and are watching, tell us a little bit about your work and your journey to your work.
Like a lot of people who have been on today's program, you know, it really starts with family and relationship. My family is from Barbados. And in particular, my grandmother came here in 1944 with 44 pound suitcase, which was her whole world. And, you know, she was able to leave a small island of Barbados and, you know, over the course of her life, purchase a 5-family house in Cambridge, Massachusetts, that's now worth, you know, maybe close to $2 million. And it's still in our family. But that house has provided everything for everyone, for all of her 6 grandchildren and all of her great-grandchildren. And so to come here to North Carolina, where I don't have any family rooted here in the South, and to, you know, rent and to fight to live and work and play where close to all of the things that make sense, like shopping and chosen family, and be displaced time and time again, this work is so personal to me. And so when I first came here to Durham, I was a touring dancer with the African American Dance Ensemble. And The Haiti Heritage Center, Haiti named for the community Haiti, which is named for the island nation of Haiti or Haiti, was our home base. It's where we performed, it's where we practiced, it's where we had classes, and I met so many of my community brothers and sisters there. And there was a narrative about the neighborhood, you know, an independent city within a city, mecca of Black entrepreneurship, industry, self-help, all of these, you know, ideas, but I didn't see any of that. When I looked, I could not see those things. And a lot of those places were gone. A lot of the businesses and the residences, particularly where the Haiti Heritage sits, were demolished during urban renewal. And so when I began to go and ask questions as a Northerner, as an outsider, what happened to the neighborhood, I would hear 147 happened. Meant nothing to me, did not know what those 3 numbers meant. Highway 147 happened. The East-West Expressway happened. And so now we're talking about a highway and that came through this community and fractured this community, both physically, emotionally, spiritually, culturally. And I was just intrigued. I was so curious. I didn't understand. This was new history for me. And I began to read. And as I began to read, I began to do what I do to understand anything, which is to embody it. That's how I learn, is through embodiment. I grew up as an athlete. And so movement is like how I understand and make sense of the world. And so I began to tell these stories. And there's 2 things that I realized. One is that the buildings, the infrastructures that hold a lot of these stories and our evidence, right? These are our monuments to our Black achievement. They weren't there. And so I was using my body as a landscape to tell these stories. I was using my body as a way, as an entryway, a portal, if you will, to be able to visualize and feel and hear, because I also use sound, a lot of sound in my work, you know, to bring these stories to life, to erect the stories in the place of architecture that had been demolished. So that's really, you know, how I got to North Carolina and how I got to telling these stories. And I just have to uplift Mama Nia Watkins, who first introduced me to so much of these stories. She wrote a play called Haiti Lives Again, which is in my possession, thanks to Mama Nia Wilson of Spirit House. To be trusted with that is an honor and a responsibility, and also
we need to do something with that. We need to do something, Aya. Please, let's do something. Okay, I'm back on you. Please.
That was one of the things I wanted people to know, if nothing else. I want to collaborate with everyone who's on this panel, seriously, because it's weird that I have felt like I was the only one thinking these ideas. I mean, how selfish and egocentric of me, but it was only because I hadn't had exposure to other artists doing this work, even some of my Durham fellows, you know, and so I felt very much alone in this work. So this is like, y'all, I want to collaborate with whoever is out there. If you think that what I'm doing has any importance or any relevance or resonance for your work, contact me, please.
Aya, can you talk about this actual walking processional tour? Because, you know, of course, Haiti Heritage Center, Weeksville Heritage Center, like these places that get to be, you know, that we are stewards of, really, and, you know, that have such significance in our communities. And I'm working on a processional that's going to be happening in Weeksville. You know, you have this practice that's happening, you know, in Durham and in Haiti. I would love to hear you talk about what does that consist of, and why are you doing it? I know why, but for the larger audience.
Yeah, I'm doing this work because the ancestors spoke to me and they asked me to. Is really why. You know, I don't tell these stories; they tell their own stories. So what I'm sharing is not a complete history of Haiti. It can, because I'm listening to the to the ancestors that are saying, "Yo, tell my story. like Best Witted, and like, you know, I even tell the story of the Spanish flu. I tell the story of Highway 147, knowing that Highway 147 cannot be a scapegoat for 3 decades of divestment and neglect by the city. So yes, a highway, but no, people and motives and money behind you know, these infrastructures. And so I'm listening to what is asked to be told. And I try to use my craft of movement and theater and voice really to like almost be an open vessel. Like ideally, if I'm doing my job really well, you don't see me. That's the whole point. I don't want to be seen. You are seeing them. And so that's why I practice the craft, only to make them more visible. And for me as the artist, disappear. So, you know, I obviously bring my ancestors with me, my personal ancestors to this work, but also naming the stories and the people we are going to hear from. I asked all the participants to actually carry an image of them, a likeness of them, a photographic likeness of them, and a little bit of a description of who they are on the back, so that they are, the participants are also carrying some of this weight of bringing the past to the foreground in the present. It's there, and like one of your guests said just earlier, like it's hidden in plain sight. We oftentimes don't know that there's a veve, a Haitian symbol, a symbol of global Black consciousness for the entire nation, is sitting on top of the Haiti Heritage Center. So it's really, it's a walk. That's what it is. It's a walk. It's putting your body in these neighborhoods to feel, to reconnect. I heard the word pilgrimage used. This is a pilgrimage, a returning home. And so there are some things that I'm discovering. I have to say my work is evolving. It is becoming more for the people of the neighborhoods that I am walking through, and less for people who are on the outside. There are some practices that I haven't done yet, but I am looking forward to leaning into this fall.
You know, I want to know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say what's next, what's coming up, but yes, tell us what are some of the ways that you're looking to evolve into the fall, your practice.
Sure. So we're definitely going to start with libation. We already start with a libation of names and words, but we're going to lean into the practices that I understand my ancestors have left for me to follow. And so we are going to participate in libation. We are also going to touch the earth. You know, there will be an invitation to touch the ground with your hand or your bare feet, or touch any of the physical symbols, the house, the wood, the iron, any of those pieces, right? Because they hold power. They hold sacred power and ancestral power. And I want that to be part of our practice. And I want us to get out of the idea that we are only going to walk. I think walking is a comfortable way of thinking about my work. Walking tours. I actually don't even like the word tours. We are not touring through Black neighborhoods, right? This is a pilgrimage, and it is a return. And so I want us to be open that we might dance. We will skip, because as the ancestors are dictating what is needed in terms of our offering back to them in the form of creative practice and the materiality of our presence, there's an exchange of energy. And so I'm really going to be leaning into what does performance, our performance as performing bodies in these neighborhoods look like. And so I have enrolled at Duke University MFA in dance program as part of my understanding and exploration of dance and movement as a vehicle for social change, simply.
Thank you, Aya. So I've been asking, or some folks who've been working on this process and this project with me have asked me to ask people who are here today if they have any questions for me directly about what I'm planning to do, why am I planning to do it, or anything. And so we have a little bit of time left in our conversation. And so I wanted to open up the space for you to ask me questions. I'm in the very beginning of this 2-year work and collaboration with Weeksville. And I think, right now I have so many questions and it's a good place to be. And what I'm really trying to do is connect my home, my ancestral home of Texas and Louisiana to Weeksville. I need to have a blood memory connection. And that's happening very rapidly, to be quite honest. But I wanted to ask you, to give me a little bit of homework, some questions that maybe I can respond to one now, but some questions that maybe I should be looking to respond to as the work continues to happen. Am I making sense?
You're making sense. I think you've asked probably my primary question, and maybe if you talk a little bit more about it, it will spark another, but it's really, what are your early influences, the people, the events that bring you into this moment and connect you directly to this work? Who had, that kind of influence over you in your life? I know for me, it was my grandmother, and continues to be, even as she's in the ancestral realm. And it is sometimes for me just to liberate her from the oppression that she lived under. Growing up in an island that was, under British colonial rule for so long, as I'm liberating myself, I'm liberating her. And so thinking about who are those early people and experiences that guide your work.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for asking that. I mean, my grandmother is super significant in just about everything that I do, directly, like her direct grandmothering, and then the way she mothered my mother. And my grandmother, who transitioned last year around this time, she, very, very shoot from the hip type of woman, not fancy in any regard, but super smart, very, very sharp, and was quick with her tongue, quick with, her, in her community. And what I found out when we were having her homegoing ceremony last year, I did not know, is that my grandmother was legit an activist. Like, she was considered a mother of the community, which made sense. She had 7 kids and mothered them with, my grandfather, all in the same home, the home that's still there now, in Stop 6, which is a neighborhood, a historically Black neighborhood in Fort Worth, Texas. And so, but she had a very personal and intimate way of helping to redirect people that, and that was significant in the way that I was reared. And I would ask her questions that I couldn't ask anybody else. Maybe my grandfather, but my grandfather passed when I was a kid. But I could ask my grandmother anything, and I do mean anything that could, maybe make my mother uncomfortable or my father uncomfortable or any of my aunts and uncles, but she would answer it. And in her answering, I learned very early on how important it was to get clear about what you wanted to do in the world and do that, and to do that. And that, to me, I think, is not directly an art, lesson, but it definitely has informed my art. Helps me to clarify what I don't want to do, why I don't want to do it, what ways I want to lean into some of the challenges of being an artist, and just and say what I mean and mean what I say, even if It may be a little sharp, but say what I mean and mean what I say. And I learned that from her. I learned that from my grandmother. And so I'm super, grateful for her. And I'm super grateful for being in an artful family. My family is made up of all kinds of people, as families are. And I was raised to be an artist, even though my mother did not push me being a professional artist. There was poetry in the home, lots of music in the home. And I did go to dance classes and do all of those things. And so, and also I was a very curious child, very curious Libra child. And so had a lot of questions and was always looking. And as soon as I got clear, I think the earliest motivation that's related to this is related to this work that I'm making, really had to do with living in Durham. There was a moment in Durham where some folks came together to do a national day of truth telling that really moved throughout the whole city. And there were moments where we stopped and we walked and we rallied and we made art and we prayed and we protested. And that has been a recurring, I think, moment. And the way it was created too, the National Day of Truth Telling, it was created through all of these groups, smaller groups, deciding what they wanted to do and then coming back together. And we all, were on this protest parade together. I have not stopped making some iteration of a protest parade since then. And so, yeah, I mean, and I could speak a lot more, but we have a question that's coming from YouTube. So I want to give us some time to talk about that. So someone is asking, and I would love for you to respond to this, Ian. What does performance look like as a vehicle for social change?
I think number one, it's about disruption. I will not be silenced anywhere. So when I'm at Costco and I'm shopping, pushing my cart, I am dancing. If spirit moves me to dance, I dance. And my children will say, "Ma, do you gotta do that right now?" Yes, I do. So it's about reshaping what public space looks like, number one, whether it's Costco or in a historic African-American neighborhood. The other thing is that is about sharing the space as a performer. I do not want to be under anyone's gaze. I want us to be in an exchange. My hope is that my courage to use a creative voice emboldens other people to use their creative choice, because we have to remake this world together. And it's going to take new ideas, and that is going to have to come, at least in part, from everyone. And so it's really about being a conjurer, someone who is, getting people, just thinking in a different way, thinking that there is nothing that's off the table, that body, that voice, that song, and you don't have to be able to sing. I use lots of songs to venerate these ancestors that I create myself, partly because no one's going to pay me to sing, but I love to sing. And so I'm going to make sure that song is a part of that. And I know that the ancestors love to be sung to. And so that's what it looks like. It looks like disruption, and it looks like giving people permission to be disruptive.
Thank you, Aya. Thank you so much. And big love to Durham, big love to Durham and the family and the Shabu family. I'm looking forward to being able to come back to Durham soon, if all things, allow for that. Before you go, and I would love for you to tell people where to find out more about what's coming up for you, and then we will say goodbye for now.
Sure, yeah. So I am working on a Green Book walking tour of the Hayti neighborhood, and it's sponsored by the African American Heritage Commission. And I am also working on an evening length performance piece called Landed, about my journey of home ownership with the legacy of home ownership from my grandparents and my ancestors. So if you wanted to find me, you can go on Facebook, whistlestoptours.com. You can also find me on IG at Roots to Roots. That's ROUTES, the number 2, and then ROOTS.
Yes, thank you, Aya. It's been a pleasure. Have a beautiful, beautiful afternoon.
Thank you. I will continue watching. This has been absolutely fabulous.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. We're working. It's a lot of people working on the behind the scenes, and I'm so grateful. So grateful. All right. So thank you, Aya.
Please.
So while we are transitioning, I am going to answer another question that has been proposed in the chat box. And this question is, are there any specific texts on Black performance that resonate for you? So while we're queuing up for our next duet, which will actually be, oh, I've been waiting for this, between Zenzile, who's the program manager at Weeksville, and Victor Lee Givens, who has worked and reworked the Weeksville archive into these multimedia pieces that you've been able to witness and see. So while they are all coming together, I am going to answer this question. So I feel like reading texts on Black performance are often found in spaces where you may be looking for it to say Black performance on the, on the screen. I mean, on the book cover, but it's not going to be there, right? And so I want to start with Read Anything by Ntozake Shange as a place to start. This is me talking about my experience and what I would read and what I also love to teach. Read Anything by Zora Hurston, because Black performance, to me, for me, is really, in a lot of ways, Black expressive culture. So we're not just talking about get on stage and twirl around. We're talking about the ways in which narrative and song and embodiment transcend or amplify or deepen what an experience is for a group of people, right? And so I'm often reading the works of Zora Hurston and Ntozake Shange. And then if you want to get into some theory, I encourage you to read, I have this book right here, Workings of the Spirit, The Poetics of African American Women's Writing by Houston Baker, which has been one of the critical texts of our facilitation time. I've also been reading, you should definitely read Dr. Omi Oshun, Joni L. Jones. Read work that she's written that really helps to contextualize and encapsulate what a theatrical jazz aesthetic is, what a ritual theatrical jazz aesthetic is. And in tandem with that, you should be reading Sharon Bridgeforth's work. These two folks are intimately connected in scholarship and partnership in ritual, and are kind of a powerhouse, not kind of, literally a powerhouse duo of understanding the connection between practice and theory, and how you can live out your theory and your practice and your art simultaneously. I encourage you to read a book, I can't remember the name now, but Dr. Tanya Pettiford Waits wrote a book, and it is absolutely inspiring and lots of information there. And I've come back to this kind of wellspring of work over the course and the duration of my time making work in the last, I would say, decade. And there's more. If I can think of anything else, I'll come back to it, and I'll definitely will drop some other reading reading list items in the chat box. And other folks, there are other folks who are watching or maybe in the virtual waiting room right now who can answer that question too. But I want to just say, for anyone is interested in studying Black performance, the root of it is Black expressive culture. Read, archives of Word Up magazine, read archives, especially from the 70s, of Essence magazine, like literally the essence of how Black fashion and Black spirit and Black art and Black activism are all woven together. Sometimes you won't find them in a book on theory, but you'll find them in the ways in which Blackness is living out loud. So thank you for that question. I want to just check in and make sure we're ready to go to our next item. We are moving and grooving. And so our next item is a duet between Zenzele and Victor, and they are going to be in exchange about Victor's work, and maybe Zenzele will share some about her work as well. Victor L. Ewing Givens, southernandroid.com, and Zenzele Cooper, program manager at Weeksville Heritage Center. Y'all come on in, and I am going to stop my video.
Hello, Victor, are you there? Let's give Victor a few seconds to log in. Just waiting for Victor to come on in the room. Victor? Victor, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, Victor.
Peace.
Peace.
Okay, we are here.
Welcome, the man of the hour, Victor.
Gratitude. Lord. All right. The portal is open.
Yes. So welcome. We just have a brief time with you, and I'm so grateful that we're going to be in community with you, hopefully over the next 2 years. So we'll be able to bring you back and go deeper. We could spend an hour just speaking with you. But because we just have 15 minutes, I wanted us to talk about, we've got to see 3 pieces that you've created as a part of the development process of Jubilee 11213. And I just wanted you to talk about, maybe just for the folks to just introduce yourself, who you are, how you enter into this work, and then maybe you can just share with us a little bit about your process and how you came to create these pieces.
Ever since I was a child, I've been curious. You can hear me.
Yep, we can hear you.
And I wandered around and collected things in buildings, alleyways, backyards, the shit no one really wanted, because I felt that they had a life, they had stories. So I come from a people who collected antiques. I come from a teaching people. So I started collecting things that my people had. And when I was in Chicago, the objects began to speak in a way I did not hear as a child. And so my dreams and my day visions and my creative practice began to be fueled by these stories and memories of my people's people. And so my family still owns land in East Texas through a Fordyce, Kennard, Love Lady, Crockett. And so walking those soils and hearing the songs and the trees and hearing new songs, that's what you see in the visual work. It's a compilation of archives from what we pulled from Weeksville's archives, family archives, Crockett, the historic as a whole. Then droplets of pop culture to make you like, huh? For 1 second. So, yeah.
Yes, I love that. For folks who've actually been to Weeksville and had an opportunity to see that documentary film from 1971, Digging for Black Pride, folks saw clips of that throughout the film. I also saw some clips in there of The Wiz, lots of archives in there. Did I see a video of Terrence Nance in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
You and I.
Yes, I'm actually in that video. I was the queen at the end of the video. Crown on, that was me.
Okay, that's reframing the scene. Okay.
Yeah, so I recognize that. Yeah, everybody's just been responding, just talking about all the layers of that your work has and just how moving it is. And a lot of the themes I saw throughout it was this idea of fire. And even Angela spoke on it in her piece about fire is freedom. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the themes that we saw in the work around fire and around smoke? Just sort of maybe talk to us to give us some context with, what you were thinking of, what you're working on with that concept.
Fire is newborn baby. So there's this idea of fire as something to beware of, but it is an instrument of cleansing and transmutation. So throughout the creative process, we've been really dancing with this idea of how can fire bring new, and you fill in the blank. You fill in whatever sound comes to my mind, movement, image, idea, because fire will start new ground. In agricultural science, you often burn the ground to resaturate the soil, to turn it over. And so then there are points in the archive that need to be burned to create. Too much memory, I'm going to explode. The same thing happens with our natural vernacular archives. So we're thinking about what parts of the archive needed to burn so that we could be here now, thinking the thoughts we're thinking now for tomorrow. So the fire is a new.
Yes. So can you also talk about how your work connects to these larger ideas of freedom colonies, the Black community, maybe how you see the connection between Weeksville specifically around these ideas of place?
So spaces like Weeksville and many freedom colonies that exist throughout the South, East, West, they're everywhere really. They are sites where brown bodies buried the archives and memory for us to come back and re-excavate and reimagine. So my people come from that East Texas Freedom Colony cluster, which there are about 213 or so through there in Fordyce and Kennard. Those now as descendants, we'd be surprised how many folks watching this video digital space are related to someone that has land ownership, period. What are we going to do with that land? Those can be our new freedom colonies, right? If it exists in a rural space, reimagine it, love on it so that you have an alternative ecosystem to go to. We can make our new freedom colonies using the resources we have. And if we don't have inherited land, be open to cooperating, creating a cluster of shared land lease, community lease, however so, but build what you want. So it's a new freedom colony. It's a new burning the old archive. We love the archive, we do. But burning the archive to move into a new, because we need them now. So
I love that idea that you talk about of burning the archive, right? Because we talk a lot about the archive and the collecting of objects or memories, pictures, you know, whatever those things we might collect in that archive. But I think it's really important, like you're saying, that some of those things need to be burned, that not everything that we've brought with us needs to go with us to the next stage. So I think that's really important that you raise that point for us to sort of consider, even for us who do this memory work, myself included as an artist. I think we also should understand that we have permission to burn, to make new, and to recreate this archive, that not everything we've lived with, that we've experienced, that we need to bring forward into the building of these new colonies.
And that's a transmutation. The fire is just as much a physical kinetic as it is an inner chakra tuning fire, you know? Like it's an internal inferno as well. What are those intrinsic memories that are buried in our tissue? We can do body work to let go of memories and expose it. We can do body work to release the memories in our needs. And not to forget our needs, but to create new healing bins in our needs. We can forgive and forget through body work how to give our ankles so it can be fresh again. So we got to let those body memories also go, so it can be strong and keep alive and fresh and spry because something's coming. So build that freedom colony.
Yes, yes, yes. So as I was watching your work, also, it's like we said, it's multi-layered. There's so much movement in the film. The layers, for me, it became like a meditation in watching your films. I thought I could sit here and probably watch this same film for an hour, and it just keeps going and getting deeper and deeper as you watch it. So I also just wanted to talk about that aspect of your work, this sort of meditation that you feel from it. It's physical, it's a spiritual thing that's happening. You feel like you're traveling and moving. Can you speak a little bit about that aspect of your work? And I think also, I know we're viewing it through Zoom and through this, you know, digital framework, but could you also speak about how we might interact with your work in the best case scenario, like how you would see us interacting with these films or taking them in?
Space becomes an object. And so each object that you add onto the space or into the wall adds memory. And the digital media is like a meditation into memory, mind. Like you said, it's a visual medicine. The sound is compilations of different anthropological sounds throughout East Texas, Midwest, Cuba, and small village in Cofiz Wadana, layered on top of each other. So it's anthropological sonic memory layered in circles. It creates this almost sonic ring shot, this sonic ministry of, I saw in the chat box, someone said, "You gonna get me speaking in tongues in a second." And it made me scream and try to jump around because that's what it's for. Like, and then you watch that there are visual cues, like the old lady rocking her foot, just to slow you down. So there are cues and moments where it ebbs and flows, just for you to get it up and come back. And you can watch it 15 times. You got the time to sit down, go on the ride over and over. But it's a medicine. It's a medicine. So, and it was a beautiful gift to work with the community and work through this process to define this work. It was through them that this work came through. So it's like a layer of all of our ideas and sounds and voices. So I share gratitude.
Yes. So how would we experience your work? Would we, like, just kind of thinking about this in the next stages, do you have any thoughts on how we might interact with this media? And I ask because I'm actually studying right now about interactive media, right? And using film and performance and how we might interact with this media and move it beyond perhaps maybe just like a two-dimensional plane or us watching it. Do you have any ideas of how we might interact with this in a physical space, or just sort of thinking about where we might go as we build this, this project out?
As we continue to self-quarantine, because we gotta come clean, we're just gonna gather at home. That's the best way to activate the media. And then be someone with the camera, come. Video camera, come. Someone who sings, come. The folks that come to visit the house for the experience. Now we need to travel to the experience. We've been cooped up so long that now, as a medicine, we must go and travel to experience something new. So come on. So there'll be a house ready for you to sleep, experience it, and go on. And you make whatever art you do while you're here, and you do back. And we'll be here again and again and again. So, yeah. And that's how you engage it now. It becomes an experience in a space.
All right, so we have about 5 minutes left. I don't know if there are any questions for Victor specifically out there in the chat that we might want to ask Victor. Victor, how do we stay in contact with you?
Whenever I'm on Earth, because I'll be gone. Y'all be gone, y'all. I'll be gone. So, but when I get back, I'll put something on Instaface. They interconnect. That's in that digital world. And then there's southernandroid.com that has the archive, and then we're adding on to it as the clusters materialize.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But gratitude to Abstract Avant-Garde, to my mama and my daddy and them, to the seen and unseen. Mm-hmm. Thank you for those who are present in this space, both visible and invisible. Thank you for the medicine. Thank you for this moment.
Yes, and Victor, before we go, I want to ask you about your influences. Who are some of the folks that you go to for influence, whether it's other video artists or philosophy or theory, or who do you look to for inspiration?
I walk the streets at night. Out here in the bush, the danger isn't as as brooding. So you can walk 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, you and the moon is cool. And you just hear, I read with the eyes. You read the environment. That's a form of literacy. And so I'm just a creep, just kind of peek over the fence and look down. Okay. Notation and keep it going. So I heard Hurston earlier. I love her and her soul spirit, right? So Zora is that. Just research. That's the reading. Just going where the people go. Walk in the graveyards. Stay strapped when you go to the graveyard. Don't go, let it, come off.
All right. Well, I want to thank you again. It's so nice to meet you. I would just hug you back if we were close. I just want to thank you for sharing with us, and we look forward to building with you, going deeper in this work.
Likewise. After all is said and done, but this has been very fruitful too, right?
Yes.
So nice to meet you.
You too.
And love to you all.
All right.
So I jump off. I exit.
Yes. Thank you, Victor. All right. So we're going to continue to move through the program. So up next, we're going to have a sharing. Yes, here we go.
All right, I am going to speak, but I'm going to stay off camera. I would like to invite for the cards, the title cards for the artists to come up. And as they come up, I will say a few words about them. Okay, yes, Grayson Nunez. Grayson, I'm so excited to welcome Grayson. A few words from Grayson's bio. If there is any hope for the future of art, it is through the means of creation. As long as there are those who are creating, no matter the size or scale of their work, when I believe the practice we know as art will continue to propel forward. The formative development of my artistry begins with my work at New York Theater Workshop. As a young intern there, I was first exposed to new work which planted the seed with which my artistry stems from. Thank you, Grayson, for being here. If you could pull up the next person, I will introduce them. Paris. Oh, Paris, I'm so grateful. Yes. Y'all, these artists have been working and working. These performers and writers have been working and working. Paris Simone is an actor, singer, dancer hailing from Harlem, New York. Credits include the Fire This Time Festival 2020, In the Name of, and 125th and Freedom at the National Black Theater. Funny House of a Negro, and The Death of the Last Black Man in the Whole Entire World. Training includes Stella Adler's Studio of Acting, BADA. Paris is grateful to be working on this project and giving voice to her community. Thank you for being here, Paris. Our next artist of note is Monet Noel Marshall. Monet is a Durham, North Carolina-based artist, director, producer, and creative consultant. She serves as the founding artistic director of Mojoa, M-O-J-O-A-A, performing arts company, producing new works and opportunities for Black playwrights. And rounding out our acting and writing ensemble is Freddie Fulton, a storyteller, originally from Little Rock, Arkansas, and a graduate of the MFA acting program at Columbia University. Theater credits include Long Wharf Theater's Paradise Blue, Classic Stage Company's Julius Caesar, Virginia Stage Company's Detroit 67, Too Heavy for Your Pocket, The Death of the Last Black Man in the Whole Entire World, A Soldier's Play, and others. To his family, friends, and supporters, new and old, thank you for your inspiration and love. It means the world to him. The artists, as they come on to camera, will be sharing works in a cipher, works that have been inspired by our devising process that happened over the course of 2.5 29-hour development processes. What you're hearing largely is their own words that they will be sharing with you. And one piece that was collectively sourced by everyone who happened to be in process that day. If they could all come onto the screen now, that would be great. And once they are all here, I invite them to take a deep breath. And I'm going to invite Freddie, if you can turn your camera. Your camera's to the side, and so you are to the side. Yes, okay. I'd like to invite you all to take a deep breath, and then you all know what to do. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to see what's about to happen. Peace.
Look, they're all here.
Roll call, sons and daughters, mothers and fathers, aunties and grandmothers, pastors and teachers, doctors and leaders, artists and dreamers, believers and truth seekers, healers and thinkers, all in formation to create the perfect constellation. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it mesmerizing that what seems so tiny can shine so bright? We all here.
I call upon the knowing of my name. This place holds many rooms, holds many homes, holds many hearts. I call upon remember. I call upon recall. I call upon reclaim. Go back to when, take your time, plant all the seeds. I call upon cultivate the land, breathe. Breathe. Breathe some more. I call upon my wisest ancestor. Upon call I, this place holds many rooms. Free black, black free.
Free black, black free. I never thought precious gems were free. I never thought gold was free. I never thought human beings and sentient emissions were commodities. I didn't know gold could bleed. I didn't know minerals from the earth were so precious and so intelligent that they created their own spaces in the midst of undoing of.
I don't know if I've ever seen a free Black smile. Is it like standing in the sun, eyes closed, not peeking, because anyone watching is watching over and not hunting? Is it knowing that this little patch of earth is mine? Is it having a cosmic address so the angels know where to find you when they come? Is it being Black and loved and loving being Black and being loved by people who love being Black? What would it take for me to smile like that?
What's so funny about community? What's so funny about slavery, the enslavement of human beings creating their communities when communities kicked us out, beat us up, tried to break us, but
Earth was stirring. But the earth always moved, and today it was stirring. Never did an earthquake come to, but why it stirred so? Everyone seemed to feel it. They omens. And so the Hinksons packed, the Devons packed all they could. The Roberts packed, the Wilsons packed, the Thomases packed. The Waters and the Williamsons packed every relic, artifact, and thing they could carry as not to leave any part of themselves behind. They could not bear parting with what they made of themselves.
Others knew. Knew what? Knew that they were not going too far. And so they cleaned, mopped the floors, polished the silver, cleaned the corners, set the table. The air never felt so easy. My mind was racing. As the morning continued, my heart only felt only
the fear, joy, exhilaration of whatever would transpire today. Something about today. Today was unlike any other, and what made it so was that we didn't know. It could happen at any moment. My nose was itching like crazy. The allergies. Someone was coming.
Every breath is a tiny fire. Oxygen bouncing through a body that was never meant to hold it very long. That's why the exhale, the out-breath, the release. Because when it is so tight, so stuck, so captive that it can't release, unlodge, free itself, it gets shut up.
a fire shut up in my bones. So now I breathe fire. No dragon, no game, no throne. I breathe fire under clay pots and under asses. I set fire to slips of dead trees covered in lies written in black ink that declare that somebody owns some shit that can't nobody own.
What was brought and what did we leave behind? We brought ourselves as they had been left abandoned long ago. We brought what we knew could grow after the world burnt over. We brought spare parts because we knew the journey would be turbulent. And it was.
Oh, you own this land. How far down? How many layers belong to you? If we didn't know how long the journey would be, or if we would cross land and sea and air to reach our destination, but we made sure to pack what we did, to move, to not rest, to keep faith, and to start over when it no longer worked.
Oh, you own this land. How far down? You own the bones of my grandmothers too? We didn't know how long the journey would be, but we made sure to pack what we needed. Oh, you own this land. You own the soil and the dinosaurs too. What about the roots of the trees? All you? How many thin pieces of dead trees do you need to own me?
But this ain't even about you, because you don't exist. I burnt you down to dust and Chris fertilized you and grew squash out of you. The blossoms were orange and delicious. I felt my feet in the ground and for the first time felt planted, rooted. Is tree and free the same word? Or what about fire and poor? Does it need to rhyme?
Somebody said fire, and the earth began to shake. The soil turned orange and then red and then deep red. We had to move quickly to get home so we wouldn't burn our feet. Somebody said fire, and the beans sprouted, and the trees were fruitful and the baby cool. Somebody said fire, and the rain fell, bringing stars to the earth, causing the atmosphere to twinkle in purples and the blues. Somebody said fire, and the horn sounded, and her hips shook, and her heels clapped, and her fingers snapped, and the world began.
We build. They burn. We build, they burn. We build, they burn. We build. We burn. Who can burn? All things liberational are fire. Somebody preaching about fire. Somebody say fire. Somebody trying to put it out. Somebody want more burn. More fire to cure the fever. More fire to bring the heat. More fire to wake up the earth. More fire in the streets. Sex up on that fire. Fire up on that look.
Prayer of fire. Breath of fire. Fire is our holy book. My fire be water. Yes, my water be fire. Fire is a seed. Fire, fireweed. Fire to take us higher. Prophetic fire. Holy Ghost fire. Handgun fire. Fire free. Free fire, spider fire, fire songs, fire in the morning, Lord. Liquid fire, fire up in our feet.
My money be a fire. My song be a fire. My fire be something sweet. And do y'all know the language of fire? The fire that crosses the babies here, that crow fire, that purple fire, that drum fire, that sky fire, that fire of the deep, deep. Who you ask when you ask? That fire oracle be the key. That build a bridge fire, that take it back fire, that heal up the land fire, that flood fire, that fire, fire. Fire flies, fire lies, fire as relief.
Him fire, hush harbor fire, fire between my teeth, hot tail girl fire, phoenix fire, fire that comes as smoke, passion, fire, pyromania fire, fire that will cut your throat. We spreading like a wildfire. We spreading like a wildfire. This plasma in our blood, we spreading like a wildfire. We spreading like a wildfire. This flame in our mud, flavor fire, volcano fire. We set ablaze, black vernacular fire, rain fire, spawn in our freedom days.
Washed in the fire. We've been washed in the fire, and this is what we sing. Washing in the fire, bathed in the baptismal fire, letting our freedom ring. Filament fire, dirt plot fire, that fire that we forgot, poem as fire, photograph as fire, the fire burst by our lot. Tongues of fire, generational fire, hot comb fire, honey hot fire flame, portals of fire, pots of fire. Call us by our fire names.
I saw a woman. I saw a woman, and I saw her seeing me. She was seeing me like she could see right through my dress. And not just because it was wet. She saw me, and she beckoned me with her finger, like so. And I didn't know her, but I went. I wasn't afraid because she kind of looked like me. Her smile, I don't know. Anyway, I went. And she came off her porch and stood right in front of me and looked at me for a good long while. I just stood there and let her look. Then she turned around and walked into her house. I followed her because, well, I don't exactly know why, but I did. She poured me a glass of lemonade and watched me drink it. Ain't nobody look at me like that for that long, but I liked it. I mean, she wasn't asking me no foolish questions like, can you tell me what you saw? Or what were the names of your children? Or the worst, how are you feeling today? No. She was quiet while she watched me, and I was grateful. When I was finished, she took my glass and my hand. And we walked. We walked for hours in silence, my hand in hers. We reached the water's edge and she knelt down to pray, I thought, and turned away to give her privacy. But she tugged on my dress for me to join her. I bowed my head and closed my eyes and was surprised to feel water drip over my head. And again, water, and again, water, and again, and again, and again. I knelt further, my forehead almost meeting the shore as she poured and poured and poured over me. Then she scrubbed me, my scalp, my hair, that smoke smell, it all melted under her fingers. And then the water returned. She dried my hair with the hem of her dress, put my hand in hers, and I followed her all the way home. That night, I sat between her legs, parting with her fingers, tenderly separating, rubbing grease into all the knots, working them loose. She oiled my scalp. My name is Cora, she shared, as she eased the grease between the rows. Cora, I prayed, drifting into my first sleep since arriving in Weeksville, with my head on her knee.
Oh, you own this land. How far down? How many layers belong to you? You own the bones of my grandmothers too. You own the oil and the dinosaurs. What about the roots of the trees? All you? How many thin pieces of dead trees do you need to own me? I felt my feet on the ground, and for the first time, I felt planted, rooted. Is tree and free the same word? What about fire and portal? Does it need to rhyme? A fire shut up in my bones. I can still smell it. It's in my hair. I smell it all the time. Can you smell it? Because I can. And because I can smell it, I can taste it. And because I can taste it, I can feel it. And because I can feel it, I can hear it. And because I can hear it, I can see it. So I have to stop smelling it. I have to stop smelling it. I have to stop. I dump my head in every water basin I can find, trying to get away from that smell, that heat, that screaming, pulsing stench. I need water. I am wet all the time now, but I like that. Better wet than burning, because the burning and the yelling and the yelling and the stinging and the crying and the crying and the moaning and the moaning and the dying and the dying and dying and dying and dying and dying and dying and dying. I smell it again. Do you smell it?
It's been 3 days of this, and I think I should just cut my hair off. Down to the bone. I mean, scalp. Just grab the first sharp thing I see to my head and start cutting until I can't cut no more. Till there's nothing left on my head to grab or pull or wash or burn. So I won't be able to smell it. Because if I can't smell it, I can't taste it. And if I can't taste it, I can't feel it. And I just can't feel like this no more. I'm tired. So tired. I just want to rest. You know? Rest. But how can I rest when I still smell the smoke?
When I was a child? No, when I was a kid. No, when I were a children. Yes, when I were a children. I snuck out of my mother's house with no shoes, allowing the grass to cradle my feet, stepping softly into the integrated gravel and broken glass bottles of someone's good night or someone's bad night to my place, my land, my patch. This is mine. Scream to the heavens and I'll hear it first and last. My dandelions. The seedlings dance with the wind out of my area to grow more. Her, she'll fall into the doorsteps of a mansion. He'll fall into a bush of roses. Her number 3 will find her way into a big pile of dung. You laugh? That's not funny. Dung blesses the ground so it becomes nourishment for fuller blooms, for crops to live, laugh, and love. She will grow happy. You laugh because of what? Oh, dung stinks. Well, so do you. To some, you smell and taste of honey, but to others, you smell of decomposition. You did. But you can live again. There is a difference between dung and shit, just like there is a difference between being bright and being a fire. Her number 3 will be fire, and she will light what she touches and grow. Her children shall engulf the nation. My children's children, my mother's children's children's children, they burn because they come from this place. My place. My land. My patch. Shh. I have to go back to my mother's place.
See, you can't. See, you don't. Little flame, dream a fire. Plant master great there and be on Northeast entire, the one on plans with NYC of size. The now is Weeksville. Table the set, corners the clear, silverware the polished, floors the mop, so they cleaned. Never felt so easy. My vision reaches as far as I allow myself to see. I don't fully understand. I was scared not because I feared pain or believed that I would be hurt, but my work, that our work had been undone. Longer no people and inhabit can we. Places our pools as visited be, not to our oceans and water. This world is cold and the sun don't come out too much, and no one is happy and everyone is free. Stirring was the earth, felt only, felt someone was coming was someone, happening forever, happening always, happening all. Erased, raw, scrubbed, out, blocked was what was unheard of, was what do us see. I, over many times after come have I, those who of in community, my ancestors, my seed, I.
Sing me a new song. Sing me a new song. Spending time, no way out. Calling out. The flowers are shouting. The trees are uprooting. Trapped, 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 trapped. Sing me a new song.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to welcome all of our performers back. Freddie, Monet, Grayson. Ooh. Okay. I just want to look at y'all in your faces. Thank you so much for your writing, your discernment and what needs to be said, your deep listening, and your offering to helping me to think more about what fire needs to say and where this piece needs to go. Paris and Grayson, thank you for being a part of this from the first workshop, and Freddie and Monet, thank you for coming in right here right at the crossing of the line to do what you are here to do, clearly. I want to give you all a moment to share anything. You know, we are transitioning now between this work in progress offering and the final panel roundtable. And I know that you all have a lot of different kinds of work that you make, and you brought so much to this moment. And so I want to give you an opportunity to say and share and talk about what it's like to, you know, make your work and what that has to do with the work that's happening in relationship to Weeksville. Would anyone, I'm just going to mute myself. One of you all can just go first.
Hey y'all, my name is Monet. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm based in Durham, North Carolina, aka Bull City. So I run a Black theater company with my family called Mojoa, and one of the key programs we do is a tour experience of an actual plantation in Raleigh. And I think doing this work has really helped me to think about how tell the history and also travel at the same time, and let history be a portal into what all is possible. And just this week of rehearsal and working with Ebony and this very talented crew has helped to like push me to figure out what all is possible.
Thank you, Monet. It's been a pleasure. Come on in. Who else? Who else?
Yes, I'd like to piggyback off that. My name is Paris Simone, pronouns she, her, hers, and I'm an actor, singer, dancer. And I've worked with Ebony on maybe like the last 3 or 4 pieces. Like I lost count at this point, but I always learn something from working with Ebony and her work. What I love about it the most is it allows me to tap into my ancestry and just rely on that to come up through my work. It has made me see performing and acting in a different lens, through a different lens, as more of a conduit, which I love. Particularly working on this work has stretched me. I've never been on the devising side of creating work. And just working through the text and the archives and the videos and all these wonderful artists who like just blew my mind, has really just has grown me, and I just really appreciate the opportunity to work in this way, and just speak to my ancestors. I look forward to what's going to come of all of this. So thank you, Ebony.
My pleasure. Thank you. Grayson, yes, I see you just came off mute. What you got to say, brother?
I just want to say thank you and many blessings for having us all here in ceremony and for allowing me to be in ceremony with you. This process has been such a momentous occasion for my trajectory as an artist, and not only as a performer, but a dramaturg, truly excavating what is already here. During this time, I have truly come to understand that time is not linear. Linear time is a tool of the oppressor, and time works in a spiral, and it is spiraling out. And so we see our past and our present and our future all at the same time. We're just at different points of the spiral. And truly getting to excavate that, to dig deeper. What is beyond the beyond? What is Weeksville's Heritage Center, but what is our free towns? What is liberated Black people? How have we always been liberated Black people? And how do we continue to uphold and continue to be free? And so I wanted to say thank you, and thank you to everyone.
Last but certainly not least, Freddie, coming from Little Rock. One of my teachers and mentors is from the Rock, and she would throw up her L if she was with us right now. So
come on, Little Rock. Shout outs.
Yes. So any thoughts from you before we wrap up?
My name is Freddie, pronouns he, his. I'm so grateful for the room. Ebony, thank you for creating it and having a wonderful foundation. I want to thank each and every artist on here as well. Iron sharpens iron, and I really feel after this, I am a better person just because of this experience. Coming into art, I always wanted to be a vessel for goodness and for love and for passion, especially in ways that I am not able to express in the real world, because I feel like it will bring a healing to individuals who are watching. And so I think that this piece, especially speaking about fire, how it is just a passing of the torch and lighting the fire in us all to go out. I think learning more about Weeksville and all the other places in the world that were created and had this fire, having that in us is just going to spark a wildfire. And I'm just thankful to be involved.
Thank y'all. So as we are setting up for our final roundtable, I want to just say again that while in the process of devising and holding the container for all of what you are witnessing today, that these folks wrote these pieces, right? And the community that came together for one of our rehearsals really dug in deep to get the fire litany. And I just shaped it and added my little, my little seasonings to it. But really it speaks to the relatability, I think, of the archive, of Weeksville Archive, to say, listen, y'all, so we are dealing with this element, we're dealing with this history or legacy, and we really want you to lean into it, write from your own perspective, make a song from your own perspective. And all of it is a part of how we honor our own road to liberation, but also it gives me, I would say, the fuel that I need to go in and write all of the rest of the piece, So this is the cornerstone or the core. So thank y'all. Thank you for bringing your writing, your brilliance, your nuance, your training, your jokes. And I'm looking forward to seeing what's next for your own work. What's next? Thank you so much. All right, tech crew, we are ready to set up for our final roundtable. And if you can let me know whatever slide you pull up, title slide, then I can read the bio for that person. Thank you, Grayson. Thank you, Paris. You can log off. All right, who's first? Dr. Roberts, Dr. Andrea Roberts. Yes, whose work I've been following for years. Dr. Andrea Roberts is an assistant professor of urban planning and an associate director of the Center for Housing and Urban Development at Texas A&M University. Fun fact, I am an alum of Texas A&M University. I got my undergraduate degree there a million years ago. She's also the founder of the Texas Freedom Colonies Project, the TexasFreedomColoniesProject.com, a research and social justice initiative documenting placemaking, history, and grassroots preservation practices in the African diaspora. Dr. Roberts brings more than a decade of experience to community and economic development to her scholarship. As a planning historian, theorist, critical heritage scholar, and educator, Roberts trains future planners and preservationists to move marginalized communities' histories, ontologies of place, methods, and agendas from the edge to the center of practice and policy making. You can learn more about Dr. Roberts' work at AndreaRobertsPhD.com or at Andrea_on_Instagram. Thank you, Dr. Roberts. You are welcome to join us. Dr. J.T. Roan is an assistant professor of Africana Studies in the School for Social Transformation at Arizona State University. Roan is broadly concerned about matters of geography, ecologies, sexuality, and religion in relation to Black communities. He is at work on a manuscript, Dark Agoras, Insurgent Black Social Life and the Politics of Place in Philadelphia. You can follow Dr. Roan on Twitter at JT Roan. Welcome, Dr. Roan. Michelle Lanier is a documentary doula helping makers birth films. She has served on the faculty of the Center for Documentary Studies at Duke University since 2000. Michelle uses her background as an oral historian and folklorist to connect communities around personal narratives and cultural expression. She has traveled to Panama and Ghana to document African diaspora funerary traditions, and her ethnographic work in a South Carolina Gullah community led her to the role as a liaison to the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor. Growing up in a family that includes veterans of 5 American wars has inspired her current work and training students to collect veterans' narratives through a service learning course. You can learn more about Michelle Lanier's work at mossvilleproject.com. Welcome, 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 welcome. All right. I am so glad that you all are here. I see we are, all right, everyone is here. So I really don't want to get in the way of what I know is already ripe for a full conversation. I will say that I am here to just guide, but if there is something on top of mind right now, I know some of you have been watching what's been happening and unfolding this afternoon. And if you already have something like, I want to say this right now. I want to lead with what is on the top of your heart, on the top of your mind, and then see where we go from there. How about that? Does that feel good? All right, y'all, let's do it. Let's do it. So JT, Dr. Roan, tell us what's on your mind.
Just first of all, wow, this has blown me away. Just in the power that you all have shown and the kind of inspiration that I've derived from that just in the last few days since working with you on a rehearsal. Ebony, I know you are brilliant. I've always known since I met you, but woo, this set of people. I wanted to say just real quick, just start with a line from June Jordan, because I think y'all have done this work for us or started to rehearse this work for us. She said in her draft materials for Okay Now, a novel she began in the 1970s about that centered a land project, a successful land project in Mississippi on an old plantation. She said in the controlling, what she called the controlling intellectual background, we must learn to share the earth while there's still time to try. And I think y'all have given us a way to think about how to share the earth and in all of these rich ways. So thank you so much.
I was going to say something really similar in that those of us working in an academic space most of the time desperately need to be around people doing spirit-led work and to be unashamed and to fully embrace that that's where some of our work is coming from. And so to be in this space, it wasn't like going to church, it was the church I need. And I'm sure, I already know, there's several more of us working in academia that need this to inform our work, to feel it. It's necessary. So I'm very grateful.
Mm-hmm. I'll just jump in and I need to call out the name of this particular ancestor who is really sparkling around the edges of my thinking and working in terms of making place and then disrupting place. And her name is Leah Lindsay Bunn Thorpe Jurgen. And she was born in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, which is the birthplace of Thelonious Monk. And both her ancestors and Thelonious Monk's ancestors were witness to one of the largest battles of the American Civil War, where Sherman's army marched into the Battle of Bentonville, a battle that took place over 6,000 acres. And there were free people of color and enslaved people of color who were witness to this cataclysm of humanity on that land that was first populated by Tuscarora. So I just had to call that out because that's what's singing in my heart and in my marrow right now. And I'm just looking forward to dancing with y'all today.
So let's do a 1-2 step then. I'm interested in knowing what your work is. For the folks who don't know, what is your work and why is your work and how is your work connected to thinking about Black liberation, land, Black liberation colonies, anything in that space?
I can start by saying my work is telling stories and listening to stories and being a keeper of stories. And I really, more than stories, I say orality and performance and all the ways in which stories come forth and the ways in which that manifests as cultural agency. I document the way that cultural agency informs the making and the keeping of place, primarily from the perspective of grassroots African-American placemakers, placekeepers, and preservationists in the past and is in the present. And so that means enumerating and counting what counts from the perspective of African-American placemakers and placekeepers, finding and identifying and naming their places, finding and identifying and naming their lifeways and their skills and their know-how, and using all of that and bringing that to the forefront to absolutely disrupt and dismantle the white supremacy in my field of urban planning. And I do that in a number of ways, but that's sort of my purpose. And all of that, talking about what matters and talking about what story is and its role, is fundamental to us reclaiming spaces, owning spaces. It's fundamental to the discussion of sovereignty over our bodies and our safety, because we define what matters, right? And part of that defining what matters is defining it in the spaces where decisions about the built environment are happening, where decisions about so-called revitalization and spending and everything else is happening. And so I really see my work as a bridge between explaining and translating the cultural agency and the wisdom of African Americans to own themselves and to build and keep their own places with the world that would tell us that we have no capacity to do that. And I do that through speaking, writing, workshop interventions with professionals, and an online digital humanities atlas in which we're counting and crowdsourcing place and story and meaning of more than 357 African-American places in Texas alone, and 200 more we're adding to the list soon. So our work is the keeping, the surfacing, and manifesting that into information that can interrupt spaces where they don't usually pay much attention to these voices and these ideas.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Who feels called?
I'm happy to go next. So again, my name is Michelle Lanier, and I currently serve as the division director, governmental speak, for North Carolina's state-owned historic sites. There are 25 museums and historic sites across North Carolina, the oldest being 13,000 years old, inhabited by First Nations people, mound building people, and the most contemporary being a Black boarding school built by a Black woman, dreamt into being when she was only 19 years old, Dr. Charlotte Hawkins Brown, who had a diaspora institution, and that people came from East and West Africa and the Caribbean to attend Palmer Memorial Institute in Sedalia, North Carolina. I'm Afro-Carolinian on both sides of my family. I'm a folklorist, and I was taught at my grandmother's kitchen table to use the medicine of familial narrative to heal myself in the presence of white supremacist weaponry that was flung at us living in Columbia, South Carolina under one of the battle flags, and just breathing the air of white supremacy daily. But her table was an oasis space. And it was in a Black community, Waverly. It's a Black community that houses 2 HBCUs, Benedict and Allen. And so I was raised in a Black oasis space. I went to college in a Black oasis space, Spelman. And I have been seeking them out. I've studied everything from, the Roanoke Island Freedmen's Colony in North Carolina, which was a place for freedmen and women, to Princeville, North Carolina, which was once called Freedom Hill, the oldest incorporated all Black town in the country, which has been flooded many times, and yet they still hold on. I have sought with my bare feet the red clay and the sand hills that held and birthed my ancestors. I also teach at Duke. I infiltrate institutions like Duke University to teach spirit-centered ethnography and to disrupt colonial practices in the documentary arts. And I listen to spirit, and I go and I walk and I sojourn and I come back and meditate on what I need to bring forward. And I collaborate with people from all different places to do this work. And it has been a glorious journey. And I'm glad to be here with y'all collaborating some more.
I can jump in. I'm still breathtaking, so I'm trying to catch my breath from the whole day. I have to start with a kind of anecdote. My grandmother in the 1950s left rural Tappahannock, Virginia, to go north, like many folks in that period. My grandmother, Elsie Mae Roan, she, I mean, like everybody, was seeking a better situation. She had already had my father at a very young age, at 14, and she went originally to cut asparagus. What she went there for, of course, didn't pan out, and I'm a product of Tappahannock, Virginia, in the country. But while my grandmother was there, she had another child, one of my aunts, my eldest aunt. And like she wasn't able to, for various kinds of reasons, maintain that connection with her family, with her daughter. And yet, when we re-met them in the 80s, they understood Virginia as home, right? For me, that really set off the intellectual project and work that I do to think about how enslaved and post-emancipation Black communities, their work in the interstices and ecologies of plantations, their work to survive, but also to thrive, how that work was translated through migration to cities. And for me, that really manifests in various kinds of forms, but two that I'm really interested in are the congregations of the underground, and the congregations of the set apart. Those worlds are phenomenologically linked. So many Black folks cross over, Arthur Huff Fawcett, one of the first Black anthropologists and folklorists, PhDs, said, he interviewed Mrs. W, who came from Virginia in the 1930s. He interviewed her in the early 1940s. And she said, she steps out of her house and sees some men gambling on the street, and has this whole prophetic vision, right? Where she's lifted up. But what does she see, right? When she is lifted up by the Spirit, she sees the city, the slum, quote unquote, cleared, and there's a field, right? I'm interested in what those kind of imaginaries that come out of land and abundance and possibility in what were very constrained Southern communities, how that continues to flourish and articulate visions of place, urban futures, urban futurity, urban social worlds, in the context of particularly Philadelphia. And I'm also committed to thinking about Black ecologies, along with one of my dear colleagues, Justin Holsby, one of my around Black ecologies, thinking about not only how Black people are vulnerable to environmental catastrophe, because we know that, right? We've at least known since 1987 with the UCC commission study on toxic waste, that Black and brown communities, that they use them to dump everything that we can imagine. But we also know, if we study deeply enough, that plantations are ecological disasters. Clearing land, forest, biodiverse spaces, indigenous communities, and planting tobacco or cotton or sugar is a disaster, right? And it had effects on everybody's bodies who was on those spaces. And as Tiffany Lethabo King's work shows on indigo plantations, those spaces also were, even toxic sites though, were sites where Black communities were able to make possibilities for otherwise worlds. And so I think that's the other side of Black ecologies, right? It's like, what is Black knowledge about land and water and all of that? That's in part born of, yes, proximity to violence and ecocide, but also an herbicide. But that's also a product of African ingenuity and migration ingenuity. How do we remake place And I think people like Mrs. W set that up, and y'all show that so well. I'm gonna shut up now because I could really go all on and on.
Thank you, Dr. Rohn. And so I want to just contextualize for folks who are listening. We have these three folks here, and just the notes that I've written down already. I would love to hear you all talk about, you know, the idea of the Black Liberation Colony as a borderland or a border space where cultural agency can thrive, where a new relationship can be mapped between Black people and the land, where the Black Liberation Colony or the Black Liberation Space is an oasis space, which lifts up what Michelle said, her grandmother's kitchen table was an oasis space, is an oasis space. And I would love to hear more conversation about the congregations of the underground and the congregations of the set apart. And so I want to just give you all some time to, you know, to engage each other's thoughts about this buffet of information. And just, yes, please go.
So I have to speak to JT's work as I always do. He's so brilliant. But I really love that he's not afraid to be in the liminality of these ideas around the Black freedom space and Black freedom knowledge. As you said, and as is common, the discussion around disaster is, okay, we're disproportionately impacted, we're vulnerable, we're more vulnerable than everything else, but concurrently, we have this wisdom around place and how to live in the land, how to live in bottomland for generations, because that was the only land that was available to us. And so where is that wisdom integrated into our discussion on so-called disaster recovery and preparedness and mitigation and all of those things? It's subordinate to a lot of other forms of knowledge. And I think that that's a big part of what I feel coming forth today that I hope we can bring in other spaces, is an embrace about various forms of knowledge and being in liminal spaces. What I talk about in a lot of my work is adaptive liminality, which is this concept of liminality that comes from performance theory about being and living in the in-between, but I talk about living in the in-between as opportunity. And the opportunities that we have are around the idea that we are concurrently always living in the urban and the rural. We're always living in the North and the South. The borderlands that once separated Louisiana and Texas were called no man's land. They were so-called neutral ground. All kinds of things happened there. All kinds of enslaved people hid out there. And that sense of opportunity in the liminality is something that we're going to have to embrace. We're also going to have to embrace what I call counting the outside and counting the outside children. And the outside children is a moniker that I give to outside or neglected or forgotten spaces and places. And that's also a saying that we know or are familiar with in the way that we talk about children that are so-called illegitimate or born outside marriage. And those are the same questions that we're going to have to confront if we want to deal with the challenges we have around air property and ownership and getting people educated around how to pass their land down and not get it extracted and dispossessed from their families. And so there's some real core familial conversations that have to deal with these big things like land ownership and the wealth gap. We have to embrace the liminal, and we have to be adaptive, and we have to count the outside among us.
I would love to speak to you, Dr. Roberts, in what you've just shared. I'm going to share an experience that I had. I was spending some time up in New Haven, really thinking about how Blackness exists in that space. Pauli Murray, St. Pauli Murray now has a college that's named for them there. And of course, Pauli Murray was born in Maryland, but raised in North Carolina, deep roots on both sides. Well, deep roots in North Carolina on one side and free people of color from Pennsylvania on the other. But here in Durham, we have the Pauli Murray Center. So I was spending time thinking about Pauli Murray's life there. And I saw a gender non-conforming Black woman in a hard hat working on what would become the Pauli Murray College. And I'm like, how you doing? And I said, do you know what you're doing here? I said, do you know about this college? Yeah. And the woman said, no. I said, do you know who Pauli Murray is? No. I said, may I share?
Yeah.
And then we had this exchange, and the whole countenance changed. I had the exchange again with cafeteria workers who were going to be working at Pauli Murray College. The university, Yale University, had not explained to these Black folk that they were making history by working in and preparing for a space named for this Black saint, this freedom fighter. So I'm connecting the dots. As I expand my eyes out, I'm told, if you've been to New Haven, you're told, don't go to Whaley Avenue.
Yeah.
So when someone says to me, don't go to a place, I know that that is code for that is where Black people are. So I, of course, went immediately to Whaley Avenue, and there I see Miss Mary Mac's Soul Food Restaurant. There's the nail salon. There's my beauty shop supply. So I am doing my womanist cartography, and I'm seeing this space here, and I'm going, these people look like me. You know, they look familiar to the people that I'm seeing in the Carolinas. They walk similar to the people in the Carolinas. They talk similar. And so, of course, I start with that exchange, that call and response that we do, that litany that we do of placing ourselves. And I'm just like, where are you from? Excuse me, where are you from? And then it always starts when we're in the North. Usually it starts when we're in the Northeast. I'm from here. And then we say, where's your people from? We know this call and response, this placing. And then go, well, Rocky Mount, Charlotte, Greenville, Greensboro, Asheville. And what I came to understand is that I was literally in an outpost of Afro-Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah.
The transportability of land in the food. Y'all, they serve chitlins every day in Miss Mary Mac's Soul Food Restaurant. There's not a place in Durham, North Carolina that serves chitlins every day. But somehow in New Haven, they have held on to 1965 version of Afro-Carolina in the same way that in the Gullah community, they've held on to the 18th century version of some of those West African practices. And so my partner now works at Yale in the School of Forestry. He's also an environmental justice warrior for Southern forests. And what we've realized, and then we're connecting with the Thelonious Monk ancestors who have made New Haven home, the descendants that have made New Haven home, and what they said to us. The Monk family sat down and had a meal with my partner and said, we heard that some of y'all were coming. You came back for us. And so what I have to make sure that I do in my callings and my work is to prepare a welcome table.
Yes.
You know, and to say that you can walk on the plantation grounds free and rooted. You don't have to be afraid of these places that hold our people in bondage. Come hear their voices. Come hear that maple tree calling your name, that walnut tree calling your name. And that's not an easy.
No, it's not easy. No, I'm so glad you're bringing that forth, because that's the big challenge. I'm in an institution with a certain reputation, a certain bounty to it, right? That you want to make accessible. And then also, it also has a way of invoking every and all things oppressive because of its history and origins and everything else. So that is the challenge before us. How are we going to signal and that it's not just a table, but there's not poison on the table, you know, that there's not things on the table that are there just to make you fat and happy. That, you know, so I really hear that.
I want to ask Dr. Roan, there is something that I think is becoming clear in what Michelle and Dr. Roberts are speaking to, that you have talked about when you came into our process around the politics of the plot and reconfiguring, you know, the relationship between what may have been considered by all, you know, political practices, bad land. And you spoke a little bit to it in your initial comments, but I would love for you to come back, because this idea of coming back to the walnut tree, coming back to the space where there is maybe trauma in the dirt, in the soil, in the earth, and saying, you know, and remapping. And I thank you, Michelle, for introducing womanist cartography. Like, you made a map, but I can make one too, right? And so you said the land was this, but I can have a different relationship with the land. Can you say a little bit more about that, Dr. Rohn?
Certainly. I think, I mean, I really build in that work from just Black women thinkers in general. So the womanist and Black feminist cartographer mode is definitely one that's apropos for this work as well. For me, I build off Winter, Sylvia Winter, in thinking about the plot, and also folks like Catherine McKittrick and Jarvis McInnes and other folks, to think about these 4 iterations of the plot in the context of plantation ecologies, right? The first is foremost the site of the body's interment after burial, right? So the idea that the plot that Black life is grounded in certain spaces and places, actually in a complex relationship and matrix with death itself, right? That land and vitality and futurity are tied to that notion of the plot. The second, building up, and let's say from the gate that version of the plot is tied and understood by white supremacists and planters and other kinds of folks in plantation ecologies as dangerous. By the 1650s in Virginia, they outlawed independent Black funerals, right? Because these are sites of rebellion where Black folks are not only remembering their dead, but also recalling their ancestral dead. And also, as you all have talked about so elegantly and throughout the day, thinking about futurity, right? Their futures. The second thing about the plot is the little piece of land that they just give you because they otherwise starving you, right? The trash land, right? It's foremost a further imposition on what Joy James calls captive maternals, Black women, elders, and other people who were forced to reproduce the slave population, and as at the same time that they also got to work, right? But that becomes, as Sylvia Winter shows, a site of subversion, a site of possibility, where Black communities remake ingenuity and values around the land and waterscapes. Also, the plot leads to this roving imagination, for me, that is also part of the plot, towards a kind of Black commons, right? This idea that, so I could give James V. Dean, an formerly enslaved person who gave his narrative in 1937 as part of the WPA collection in Virginia or in Maryland, says like, we used to go out fishing all night long, right? Like, foremost masses, like y'all can figure out like fishing and feeding yourself on this little piece of land, trash land, because we don't want to take care of that. That becomes subversive when you sitting at the loom the next day nodding off and you're supposed to be at work because you went out with your boys fishing or your homegirls and y'all met out to do some other stuff. That leads to the 4th iteration of the plot, which is like rebellion, right? And we've seen how that continues to play in Black urban and rural life up through right now, right? I think all forms of Black social life are criminalized and considered dangerous. But many of those are quotidian and not necessarily organized towards some burning down of the plantation. But if you don't have those sites to reproduce, the Hush Arbor or other sites, like folks like Ahmaud Green are thinking about how the Hush Arbor goes forward in Black life. Like how we think about how these spaces, they form worlds and spaces where people are literally praying for the end of the world. We might think of them as like conservative and otherworldly, but they saying, Lord, let this shit be cleared and let us be free. And I think for me, that y'all's work gave really a visual archive and a visual future to what I've been trying to think about. And so I've just been messed up by y'all. I keep saying that, but I've just been messed up by y'all.
We are working. And so I wanna open it up again to really kind of bring center into the frame. So what about Weeksville, right? And Weeksville, as I outlined earlier in our time together, Weeksville place, but Weeksville as one of many echoes of what it means to build your own, space and place. So I'm interested in kind of circling in closer to Weeksville in relationship to where you are and how you are thinking about space and place and practice. The question that has been rolling around in my head as this process has been washing over me today and everything that's led up to today is this: how does James Weeks, who is in Virginia, get to Brooklyn in a time where, yes, maybe there was this gradual emancipation happening in New York State, but certainly not in Virginia, certainly not in Maryland, right? And so there are books, I've read things in books, but again, someone asked me about this earlier. I'm less interested in the physical walk getting to Weeksville or what would be Weeksville, but the internal journey that had to happen in order for that to be, a thing. Had he heard about what was happening in North Carolina? Had he heard about what was happening in other places? Like, we are building an understanding of folks who say we are going now, regardless of what's happening around them. And so I'm interested in a Weeksville praxis or a Black Liberation Colonies praxis that says no matter where we are going to our freedom, and we are building something for building that table, that kitchen table, that oasis space, right? And so I'm interested in this, having had some time with Dr. Roberts, with you in our process, where you talk about there was the portal, and there were these kind of these ceremonies or these secular practices that were rooted in people coming back home, right? Mm-hmm. And so I'm interested, people coming back home, like homecoming, church anniversaries, things of that nature. Yes. So I'm interested in talking about, no matter where you are, going to your freedom. And what does that mean, to you? What does that mean in context of whatever you know about Weeksville, or a practice that is in alignment with what has taken place and is taking place and will take place at Weeksville?
So one of the areas in which I'm particularly interested in exploring freedom is within vernacular African-American landscapes, particularly the homestead or the home place. And I call it, what you find there, the aesthetics of freedom, I call it a home place aesthetic. And that's partially informed by Bell Hooks' idea of aesthetic inheritance. And so as I think about Weeksville, as I think about any of these places, the scale at which we explore or think about possibility and freedom has to be down to the home place and down to the aesthetics and the ways in which we try to explore freedom in the aesthetics. So an example would be in looking at one of the home places was in Shankleville, Texas, where I have started doing a lot of my work in Deep East Texas. And their origin story is all about, this fantastical idea of this man separated from his wife and swimming 3 great rivers in the midst of the time of the Fugitive Slave Act to reunite with his love and create freedom on the border of the plantation. And that border of the plantation is now where the family comes back, the homecoming, where they reenact a libation ceremony where they drink the water, the spring that kept Jim and Winnie Shankle, the enslaved people, alive. Okay, and so the home place and the home place aesthetic is, okay, we must go to the water, we must go to the spring, we must keep the spring. It's about the keeping of the homestead. And it's about peeling back the walls and seeing that the big mama in the house had these wonderful pieces of wallpaper that she had found, that beauty, even in the midst of the middle of nowhere, beauty was still important. She sought freedom that way. And so there's all these layers, the palimpsest of the way we wrote freedom on both sides of everything, wherever we found it. And so in thinking about Weeksville or any of these free spaces, I think about the palimpsest and I think about home and how important it is to see our home places as places of beauty and wealth and knowledge, especially from Black women.
I'm really thinking about when you talk about the wallpaper, Dr. Roberts, there is a cabin that is new to me, that's in the woods near, in a county called Surrey County. It's not far from the Virginia line, and it's in what we call the rolling foothills of North Carolina. And so these folks were descendant of a person who was enslaved but bought his freedom. And he created this cabin in the Reconstruction period. And when you look at it on the outside, it's like what we call wattle and daub structure. It looks like a lot of these old like logs with the daubing, the mud, that you might see in the southern landscape on the exterior. But then when you walk inside, the woman of the house had adorned it internally with layers of floral, pastel, and then at one point, sparkly light blue wallpaper, which is I think that's an interesting directive for us to also look at interiors as a part of these landscapes.
Life. Absolutely.
Yes, the interiors.
You have to engage the interior life as you engage the interior space.
As a part of the material culture of making sense of who we are, I think about our auntie spice cabinets as places of helping us to understand who we are. I'm also thinking about the undergrounds in terms of one of the femme individuals in my journey was a drag queen, ancestor now, named Amaker Celestic Mickle, who was my uncle by marriage. The first time I met him, he was dressed as Tina Turner with the wig on, heels in hand, which was an amazing moment. It was actually the day my mother died, and I met him for the first time in Columbia, South Carolina, as he's en route to a drag show. And he was magic. But there was a kind of underground railroad for Amaker and for these other Black femme, queer folk in the South. And and I think we have to call out, the way Black queerness lives through in these liberation spaces too, and how it shows up. And so for me, I'm very interested in saying, where are the spaces to the extent that they need to be revealed, because some of these spaces may not need to be revealed.
Yes, and to be sure, to be sure these spaces are not just, oh, it's nice they had pretty spaces. This was a way to put the white gaze aside and to show your children who they really are, so that as they go out into the world, they're not confused by they know who they really are, what they're really about, what the possibilities are. That's what that home place is about.
Yes, I'm thinking about one more thing. So when we talk about Brooklyn, someone who comes to my mind is Harriet Ann Jacobs, who was born enslaved in Edenton, North Carolina, hides out for nearly 7 years in an attic. She's taken by ship by a Black sailor named Peter in the dead of the night from the Bay of Edenton. First stop that they stop in is Philadelphia. The second stop is Brooklyn. And the third and final stop is Cambridge. And so I think about that journey, those watermen, and the intersection of the watermen with the dreams of autonomy and human liberation of these Black freedom seekers, including women freedom seekers like Harriet Ann Jacobs. I think that laid out even earlier, before Weeksville was founded. There was that route had already been established very elegantly, particularly not on a dirt road, but on a water road. That ocean road was robust with freedom seeking and freedom dreaming. So it was not alien to folks to think about crafting a space and looking, even if it meant hiding in the dismal swamp until the end of the Civil War for generations.
I wanted to say just a quick thing about waterscapes. Like, those are so important. I mean, I think, you know, about how people replicate their social lives. I'm thinking about particularly about Kevin Dawson's work, but just the ways that actually Africans were like some bad asses when it came to canoe making, when it came to hunting sharks. I mean, we had to be terrorized in relation to water to alienate us from water, because it was quite a way that folks was leaving, right? Whether it's riverine ecologies or whether it's, you know, bays or oceans or whatever, there's all of this kind of intimate knowledges with those spaces that allow for escape and fugitivity. I think the table keeps coming back. I wanted to, and we were talking about the home and domestic site. I wanted to just bring up the ways that the plot, I think, moves forward as a formula of abundance and possibility, right? I think about, for example, Father Divine and the Peace Mission movement folks in the 40s in Philadelphia. By some of his followers' accounts, Father Divine survived or came back to life after 7 lynchings, right? In Georgia, right? They followers was like, he got scars on his neck that's from lynchings that he left, right? But when they start to build their first colony, which is in Brooklyn, and then in Sayville, New York, and then after they get kicked out of Sayville in Harlem, and then later in the 40s in Philly. I mean, we all know Father Divine, but Mother Divine, if the communion table wasn't an elementary part of it, people in the 30s would not be coming to listen to Father Divine quack on about what he was quacking on about, right? It's really the labor of Black women to think about abundance in these kinds of spaces that draws people in, right? Many of them from the underground. Many of them were like, I was a hustler, I smoked and drank as I pleased, and I ran hooch from Virginia and North Carolina. And then I got sick and I was like, ooh, my wife been trying to get me to convert. Let me get on over there, right? But it's really these tables, and I think the communion table really, that they build is a very concrete example, but we can see in Weeksville and other sites where this is replicated, whether it's a individual family or a communal space, that's a recollection of the plot, right? The idea that abundance and that food and that recipes themselves are a whole archive, right? That people walk around with, and that not only references, you know, familial connections, but also interspecies life, connections to particular plots of dirt, particular plots of water. And so I think, and those don't end when urbanization don't end them. I mean, first of all, we know everybody was going back and forth, right? And I think Dr. Roberts, your work around returns is so important in relation to that. People reproduce those worlds because they return and go back. And I think even when we think about even some of the most significant violence, someone like Emmett Till, he got sent back to go down south, right? Like, there's a whole world that precedes that violent moment, an eclipsing of a life, that everybody in this conversation and that y'all's work in the larger cipher have just been bringing to the fore.
Okay, so you know that we're almost out of time. Yes, we are. And this is just a little taste, right? This is just a little taste of what you have been committed to for years. And so I wanna ask, as an outro, if you will, if you could both tell folks what's coming up for you, that you might want, you know, eyes and ears on, and also if there's one thing that you would want to leave for us to consider in relationship to practicing a practice of Black liberation space or Black liberation colony or Black liberation futurity, what would it be? A lot. I know I'm asking a lot, but you know, I know y'all got it. Who likes to go first? Oh, yes.
Yeah, so what we're up to, what's coming, and what we would imagine. Okay.
A Weeksville practice or a Black Liberation Futurity practice to be.
Yes. Okay. So in terms of what is alive for me in my work, every day is a story for me of how do I take these spaces that have been history weaponized against Black, Brown, and Indigenous bodies, and how do I create an alchemy of transformation to have restorative and healing engagement opportunities for people who have been marginalized from and hurt by the narratives for different spaces. So that's ongoing work, lifelong work. I am executive producer on a film that premiered last spring called Mossville, When Great Trees Fall, about a historic Black town in Louisiana that was decimated by petrochemical plants, the last one being an apartheid South Africa plant. And that film is a film that we're working to use in the resistance to environmental racism, and particularly in the global South. So it's on PBS right now. It will be shown as a part of the United Nations work around how people of African descent have been bombarded with in the tools of environmental racism. In terms of the praxis that I would like to continue to dream and be a part of building is in terms of the performativity that both Drs. Rohn and Roberts talk about. I think it has to, for me, a praxis starts with an internal awakening. So it means putting a blue glass bottle tree in front of my house in the middle of a pandemic. It means refamiliarizing myself with the uses of gourds. It means refamiliarizing myself with the healing capacities of dandelion leaves. And then thinking through, how can I then connect the dots to my intellectual journey? What were the ecosystems that were witness to my ancestors? What were the avian witnesses? What were the bird song that they heard in their ears when they went to sleep and they woke up? That level of intricate curiosity about Black lives on Southern lands is something that calls me, and I feel compelled to lean in. And I think that is a praxis that's useful no matter where we are in this Black South family.
I have to echo a lot of that, because in seeing Victor's work around objects and everything that you just talked about around objects, it's just so interesting, because the next project I'm working on right now is a Whiting engagement fellowship, where I'm going to various museum sites and asking people to bring in as prompts through social interaction with an object associated with the Freedom Colony. So you may be in the middle of Houston, Texas, but you have roots in this Freedom Colony 2 hours away. How does this object you bring in, this spoon, this tool, how does it tell us about home? And so that's the most recent project in which we're continuing to record these origin stories, but we're really trying to get at core story in place through objects. And of course, the center of my work is a lot based in the Texas Freedom Colonies Atlas, where we're trying to record and identify the origin stories and the stories of decline of every historic Black settlement in Texas. And historic in that they're significant, but not in that they're over. Some of them are quite alive and well. And so in thinking about all of this in terms of what's the vision for the future, what's the practice, to me, it's very much about listening and recording like crazy. Because there's people who have a natural propensity to record and listen and collect. And those kin keepers who are holding the story, where we say she holds the Bible and as a hobby, she has a stack of these programs from funerals, she's the answer. And so we have to find those people, and we have to spend time with those people, and we have to bring our technologies and what resources we have to bear to help them steward those items and those things. So that's very much what my work is about, the scale of both recording and listening and prompting those stories of origin and the stories of loss.
Thank y'all. I just continue to be struck by all of this, by everyone's work and everything. I'm I'm trying to finish up a book project, Dark Agora. I can't even say my own title. Dark Agora's Insurgent Black Social Life and the Politics of Place in Philadelphia. That'll come out on NYU Press, so check that out. I'm also the co-senior editor with Sasha Turner for Black Perspectives. We started a new series co-edited by Justin Hosby, Leah Kaplan, and myself on Black ecologies. So please follow us and check it out. 5 days a week, fresh Black studies and Black history scholarship. Try to be anyway. And I think the way that I would love to continue to see the ways that that these histories, because I know the depth, the level of study and depth that you engage in for your character work and your all of that, Ebony. I just can't wait to see how these places that people left, how they play out at the level of the micro, like our facial expressions, something that pass on. Like how do we, I think y'all have so much. You can convey the ways that memory and embodiment and these kind of rogue phenomenologies in the city and in Brooklyn and other kinds of spaces, how they create a chorus and how that creates place, and how that doesn't die with even attempts at ecocide and herbicide. And I know that, I'll say this, I know that because in Tappahannock, I'll never forget my older brother moved to this little section of the area called Indian Neck, which is between King and Queen and Essex counties. And he was like, go by the Corbin store, old Corbin store. I knew exactly where to go. That store has never existed in my lifetime. So the idea that even ecocide or herbicide could get rid of memory and belonging in place is not the truth. And I think Dr. Roberts, especially, you are doing that work, right? You're doing that work. So follow her, and that's the future. I mean, I'm out.
Oh my goodness. Well, listen. I have so much more to learn. Thank you for the archive of practice and experience that you've brought to today's conversation. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you, Michelle, Dr. Roan, Dr. Roberts. It has been enlivening. I have 2 pages of notes. Thank you so much. We're going to relieve you of your FaceTime on the Zoom, and I want to just say, folks, we're going to our closing for today's Liberation Salon. And so if you could, please, back in tech folks, pull up the title card for Dragonfly, if you could, before we go to closing. Yep, right here. For everyone who is watching or will be watching, I want to publicly thank Dragonfly, Robin Laverne Wilson, who has been my closest collaborator in this work this summer. Dragonfly, who I've known for years, is an activist, an artist, a scholar, a thinker, a feeler, and has come on in the rigorous role of creative studio assistant, and has really helped me to bring about all of what you're seeing today. Thought partner, and collaborator, and co-shit talker when that needs to happen. And so I wanted to just publicly thank Dragonfly. We've seen everybody else's title card, but Dragonfly's, but I wanted to, before we got done for today, say thank you to Dragonfly, and also say thank you to all of the people working on the back end. There are folks from Weeksville's staff, tech people, archivists, social media folks, communication folks, Zenzele. And so this, I don't know what it is to do a one-woman show. And you can see that, we're all in our respective places and homes, and yet we are all here with you. And we are all doing this in the legacy of Weeksville and in the legacy of our people and our people's people. And so without that, without everyone who said yes, this would not be happening now. This is my first time doing anything online publicly for this long, where I had to be the person managing all of the whatnots in terms of hosting and moderating. And so I am exercising a new muscle, and I'm very grateful. Now, if we can go to our closing slide. I just want to thank, and actually not the closing slide, the supporter slide. I want to thank again Weeksville Heritage Center, Black Spatial Relics, Creative Capital, and in the legacy of my mother's work, Betty's Daughter Arts Collaborative, for being our grounding anchors for today. It is not lost on me when organizations and folks with $5 or more come together and say, we see you and we honor what you're trying to do in the world, and we want to collaborate, we want to partner. This is the 11th year of Betty's Daughter Arts Collaborative, and it is a year of a lot of firsts, as you can imagine, with where we are in the world. But this time is not lost on me. There's art making that's happening, there's cultural work that's happening, there is education that's happening, and there's learning that's happening. And so I want to just thank you all for being here. I am really done. I don't have anything else to say or anything else to offer other than thank you to everyone who has been with us today. I ask that you keep the legacy of Weeksville alive by becoming a donor or a sponsor or a volunteer or coming to an event, whether you support with your presence or with your dollars. We know that people are power, and power is rooted in the people, and your presence will do tons for the legacy of Weeksville and what is happening now. If you want to support any of the artists that have presented today, all of their title cards and their information you can find at Weeksville's website on the event page for this event. If you want to stay in touch with me, if you can pull up my title card really quickly back in, folks. My information is about to flash on the screen. Betty'sDaughterArts.com, Ebony Noel Golden at Instagram, and we would love to stay in touch with you, keep you in the loop of what is going on and what will be going on with our work at Weeksville, with our work wherever we are. So with that being said, I'd like to invite us to take a closing breath, and then we will be done with our digital liberation salon, Free Conjure Black. And I invite us to inhale and exhale. Be well, friends, folks. Thank you.